Don't get straight line now. Pretty good game, man. Bill, that's a good place. Take a couple of steps now, Bill. Don't back up from tee. Go forward just a couple of steps. You don't have to go to the pocket all the way, but step forward instead of going toward the back. Collision. Slide over. Bill, slide over. Don't get lazy on me now, Bill. Don't watch it. You got to keep moving over because the ball was moved on your left side now. That's your play, Bill. Don't forget to count, Bill. When they bring the ball from back court to front court, make sure you count. Calvin, you cannot camp in the lane. You either got to get to the left or right side. Good call. Now, Jack, wait till you see what the player's going to do. That's the way. Just slide down. That's the way. Way to cover up. Calvin, make sure you cover your players on the way down. Get out of the paint, Calvin. Look at you. You're in there just sitting there watching. Calvin, you got to remember where to go now as a lead official. Look at you camping there. Either get to the left or the right side so you can get a better angle. It's easy to look through the angle than it is straight ahead. Good call. He did push. Good call. Nice call, Bill. Now, Calvin, you go slide down. Slide down. All right, good job. Y'all look at that switch again. Tell me what you'd have done different. All Calvin had to do was slide down and the C. All right, good job. Good call, John. Don't go after him too quick. In other words, you had the foul and boom, you was running after him. Don't bird dog him. Best thing to do, John, is blow your whistle, take your time, go about halfway, stop, then point. Because if you bird dog him, it'll irritate him. Uh-oh, come on, Bill, where you going? You thought you was doing two-man again. Okay, good. John, notice when you call your foul. Good call. Raise your hand, stop the clock, but don't point to the floor. I mean, you look like you're bird dog. Don't point yet until you come and get your cushion and stop, and then bring your hand up and point belly level. Make you look a lot better. All right, box him in now. Get the triangle. All right, good job. Where are you going there? Calvin, get over there. You thought you were doing a two-man game. Come on now, Calvin. Concentrate. Don't turn your back on the play. Slide over, Calvin. Slide over, Calvin. Balls, now come back over. Get in the now get over to your left, Calvin. Move to your left, Calvin. See where the play. Now come back to your right. Now you can now slide over, Calvin. Now right there, Calvin. Calvin, get out of the paint. Not too deep, John. Clausen, not too deep now. Good call. Calvin, if we don't do anything on this tape, I want you to really work on the lead position, whether it's 2 or 3 man, and practice staying out of the paint. When this is over, I want you to see me, and I would like to go over that with you and give you a couple of slight edges that'll help you remember what to do. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm sure glad the air conditioner's on. It feels wonderful. We could officiate all night, couldn't we? Y'all are working hard now. Good job. Remember on plays like this, who's the shooter? You got the play, John, on up. Come on, Bill. Don't stop, Bill. Yep. Be careful, Bill, you don't get caught. Some case like that, Bill, is you need to let him go past you and just stay and go through the play because you get caught down there and you get, what happens is you get right behind them. when you came all the way down, so where you're at, the best thing to do is stop, let them go past you, then just back up and look between the play. John, you can stay over there. All right. Okay, you got the play. Stay, John. On that switch, if the play is going the other way, the lead just stays down there, just slides down. All right, good job. Calvin, get out of the paint. Calvin, I'll bet you'll never forget. You stay out of the paint. Officiate one side or the other. Good move. Good no call. Don't get straight line, Calvin. Get through there. Look at the 3 points. Calvin, what are you doing down here toward me? Come on now, Calvin. I know this 3-man's getting to you. Hang in there now. Come on, John, get down there. Don't try to get back, John. John, look where you're standing. Maybe take 1 or 2 more steps closer to the basket so that you can help on the backside, because you're responsible for the goaltending basket interferences trail. Come on in a little bit, Bill. See where the ball's being put in? Come, you can take a couple steps toward the pocket. John, slide over to your right now. Don't get out of the paint, John. Get over here on the right side, because that's where the post player's up and that's where the ball is coming. You kind of stayed in the paint now. Be careful of that. All right, good call. 5 seconds. All right, good job.
Okay, Bill. Bill, Bobby, and Richard, 3-man stuff. Hustle back from that table. Okay? See yourself walking. Good call. Where's everybody going? Did you have a question or anything? Okay, Richard, now you don't move. You can go ahead and let Bill move down to position, but you don't move till you're the last one to move, watching the players all the time. Trail's a little bit farther back in 3-man. A little too high. There you are, right there, Bob. Hang in there, stay there. Make sure there's no pressure. There's heavy pressure, so you stay. All right, now you can go. You're off ball. You're off ball. C's off ball. Stop the clock, Richard. Stop the clock when you blow the whistle. No, your hand never went up. Little high, you're working as the trail on the C side now. Lower. It's a whole new position. It's not a trail. So you've got to realize that and work a new position. That's around the free throw line, unless there's a reason that you can't be there. Lower now. Lower is the C. Cut off the floor and go over to the basket. As the C, you cut the floor off and get on over there and referee. Okay, he's got the ball. Now, instead of running down the sideline on that break, just cut the floor off and go right on over here with it. Just come right over here, because this is going to be your rebounding position right here. You're not going to go any lower than this, but instead of going down that way, come this way when there's nobody in the area. If you see the 3 points, you can go up with it. I know, but if you see it, even though it's on that side of the floor, you go up with it. Help him out. Free throw line. Think the free throw line. Right in there. Don't get much higher with no reason. You're off ball now. You're off ball. That's good position. Make sure your counts now. You got a 5-second count. If you got it. Pocket. Pocket. There you are. No pressure. Go. Cut the floor off. Cut the floor. They're right there. No hurry. Don't be backing up to go. You got no hurry running down the floor as a C. You got a guy behind you covering the press. You got the press covered. I'm concentrating on the C position because lead and trail are pretty self-explanatory. Trail just works a little deeper. Lead works off ball on whatever side. Come on, Bill. This one. Okay, now you don't need to tell him nothing went in. You only tell him when something went in, okay? Richard, you wait till he gets back to position to move. Okay, you go right back to C. Out of bounds is a better phrase than on the floor. Now on the throw-in, you can get a little... All right, now in that situation, the lead got beat down the floor. The C, you cover what you got to cover. You can go all the way to the baseline in that situation, but not turn the corner. You can't go under, but you can go all the way down. Stop the clock, Richard. Richard double teaming the baseline. Good job. That's the way to get a 5-second count. A little high, a little high. There you are. You got it. Back off, put your hand down. You got a double whistle, back off of it. If you're not going to take it, put your hand down and back off right then. Just hang on, nowhere to go. Wait for him, give him the ball. Bill, you're over here. Trail will take care of that. You just come on over. That helps the pace of the free throw. I know it's new to you. I mean, people think I'm nuts walking around here talking to myself. I have been too. All right, wait and see if there's pressure. Wait and see if there's, you got nowhere to go as a C. You got nowhere to go. He's going to handle that. Down the floor, Bob.
Did Richard go to camp later in the year then?
Way too high as a C. Just think around the free throw line. It's easier to work on a bigger court. You got more room, and you'll see if you're high or low. Out here, it's a little different. Good job. Just hang on till he comes around. Let him come around. You bounce passing the ball down here. Here you go, Richard. Come on. There you go. You can move out a little. Now you go to trail. Little closer now. You're too far back. You're a trail. You're too far back. Right there. Right there. Perfect. Stay now. Stay. You got pressure. Okay. Yeah, you got that play. All right, guys. Pretty good. Pretty good coverage. Not too high. Go down, go down, go down. Perfect. Perfect. You moved right over, got the angle. No pressure, you can go. But what you want to do, see, is you want to recognize if there's pressure while you're still there, not while you're backing up. What you don't want to do is start back down and have to go back down to position. If you have to be in position, you start there. You never come back down the court and have to go back down to position. Offense. Good call. You bet your ass. Good call. Slide now. You've got the ball, Bob. You've got the throw in. You've got the throw in. Go take it. You've got the throw in. Okay, no pressure going down and set up on the free throw line. Be ready to get it at half court if there's pressure, though. All right, you got to recognize this pressure if it comes to your side. Okay. Stay in referee, stay in referee. You got somebody behind you to take the break. Okay, you're going to trail. Just hang right here. Hang right here. Let him come around. Come down here. Bounce past him the ball. Bounce past him. Now go back to trail. There you are. Move in, move in, move in, move in. Other side, Bill. You're all right. If the lead gets beat on a fast break, the C can go all the way to the baseline to take care of it, but he can't turn the corner. Okay, it's a backcourt foul. You got the ball. You got the ball. No, you're the lead now. You're the lead. Hang on. You got 13 seconds. You get 13 seconds. You got the last shot. He's got it. He's got it, Bill. He's got it. All right, let's talk about something. Where's the ball going to be in bounds?
1 and 1.
For what?
For the foul down there.
You had a foul down there?
I had a foul down there. We didn't shoot the free throws for it, and they were in bonus.
So it's a correctable error.
Yes, sir. When the clock didn't move.
So you don't have to change that. Okay. Whoever the C is has the last shot.
We're going to go one. Who's going to look for the free throws? Who called the foul?
Yeah.
We go back to that.
Right.
What happened there?
They had a foul. They were in a 1-on-1, and they didn't tell them. So it's a correctable error. Okay, Bill. You don't need to stand out there and look and see if everything's okay. Get in there. You take control of the pace of the free throw. Don't let them dictate it to you. Remember, you've got the last shot. White, stop the clock. Now stop the clock. Richard, stop the clock whenever you blow your whistle. Little too high, Bill. Free throw line. Free throw line. It's a new position now. It's not a trail. It's okay.
I hadn't met you formally, but you do a great job. I like your attention. Big Vic.
One more to go.
Oh, you forget about it.
Yeah. Too many things to concentrate on.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We got Mike and Bill out there. We're going to have us a good game on this one. Okay. All right, Bill. Mike, you stopped the clock well. You had a good point. You were watching all the players. Everything was fine. You're staying on the ball side. You're looking. Only thing is, I saw your eyes go up. Okay? Don't be watching the basket up there. Watch everything that's down low. That's happening there. Because that's yours when you're the lead, especially, Mike. All right. You're watching things on the offside. You're stepping up when the shot goes up. All right, Bill, you came across. You took care of business until the ball went down below free throw line extended. Everything was fine. Mike, you're in good shape. Bill, you're in good shape. Perfect. Now, just because I don't talk sometimes doesn't mean I'm not watching. It's just the fact I don't see anything that we're doing wrong. All right, one thing, Mike, and I'm going to talk to you the first dead ball we get. When you're at trail and the ball goes up, you're kind of backing up here to it just a little bit. And I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second. I want you to watch yourself on this particular play right here if we have a shot go up, because well, you didn't do it that time. You did a pretty good job, but last time you kind of backed into it, trying to get ready to on your mark, set, go. Okay? All right, Mike, good job. Bill, that would hang right there, big man. Everything's looking good. All right, good, Bill. Bill, you did a good job. Mike, good call. No problem with that. Went over there reporting. Good. Well, good job. We watched the players. We turned the head. Everything was fine. Looked good. Good inbounds pass. Everything was going fine. Mike. What? Oh, down there? Nah. Don't want to slow the game up that much. Yeah, I would have called it, but I wouldn't call it out here because I don't want to slow the game down that much. So we got to stay on schedule. If you had a coach breathing down your neck, yeah, that would have been. That would have been. Okay.
Shower time.
Is it? All right, we're watching good. We were talking about that foul down there that Mike had down there a while ago. They were wanting to see the foul down. I didn't get a good look at it. What happened? Okay. But anyway, we're okay. We're working the ball game. Nobody got upset about it, so we're okay. Let's see if we saw it a bit. Get out of y'all's way, because y'all come down the floor quickly. Good job. Everything's working good. Good job. All right. Mike came over strong side, ball side. Bill, you had to play. Came down. Everything's looking pretty good right now. All right, Mike, there you go. You came over for me. The ball was way down in the dead ball area, and still you're over there at the top of the key. And that ball goes over the dead ball area, you need to move back over to your regular trail position so you can look through all the players. Okay? Stay with me, Bill. There you go. Stay right there. Good. Good job. Oh, got some subs coming in. Got some subs coming in. Got some subs coming in. All right, good moving on the baseline, Bill. Had a foul right there. Oh, we got it on the floor. Got it on the floor. On the floor. Good job. Way to watch the players, Mike. You watching the players are coming back. Everything's coming in. Mike's coming in. He's going to throw the ball in. Everything's fine. Okay, good job. Good rotation. Everything's fine. You're watching. There, watch that number 50. Jump off. You might want to watch that number 50 black. Watch number 50 black moving under him. Okay. He kind of gave us a little Watusi right there and kind of put his butt into him. You might want to watch it. I told you back there. But anyway, y'all doing a good job. Then a three-point shot going up. We'll come across Bill. Everything's fine, fellas. Everything's looking pretty good. And that particular play right there, I was standing over here in the door. I don't know if you can see me over here, but I'm standing over here in the doorway. And that guy went by number 50 out there, and number 50 kind of gave it a kind of little side jig with the hip. And I can see that from over here. That's why I told you, Mike, to watch him, because he may try and be doing something weird here in a minute. Okay? Out of bounds. All right, Mike. Yeah. I'm standing here and I'm watching this, and I can see it. You probably can't see it. But before that foul occurred, that guy stepped out of bounds. His foot was out of bounds, but you couldn't see it because you were so close to the baseline there. You know, just think about that. Okay, Mike, you had a good foul call there at the lead position, but instead of coming on the floor like you did, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the film right there, but you were on the offside of the lane over there. You had a foul over there, and then you came all the way on the floor on the other side to make the foul call. If you just kind of stepped across the lane area down there, you'd have had a perfect situation as far as being able to make the foul call and then coming on around to report the foul. Mr. Jones.
Don't get caught flat-footed as a trail now. You got caught flat-footed as a trail out there. Give it a little movement in your feet. Good jump stop, good no call, good block, good no call. That's the way to move, Mike. Rebound on the left side, slide across. Okay, new tape. New tape.
All right, good job now. Here we go. Don't back out now, Trail. Trail official, don't back out. Okay, here we go now. Way to hustle. What y'all doing down here together? Bill, you the C, not the lead. I know y'all wanted to get together and talk one more time, didn't you? Bill, step in. Step back, Bill. There you go. Good. All right, good. Come across your body. Who's making the call? All right, very good. All right, good job. So far, so good. Watch your players going down, lead. Good play, good play. There you go. Fast break. Oh, yeah, he's got it. Oh, almost missed it. All right, good job. Listen, when you call an out of bounds play now, and it's going the other way, come completely across your body. Watch the players. Don't turn your back. All right, collision. Oh, foul. 40 got fouled now. Come on now, we got to call something. 40 got fouled. Can't let that go. Good no call. Oh, good job. Good steal. Yeah, all right, Blue fouled him. Good job. Blue's complaining because he got hacked. All right, who goes the lead now? Come on now. Who goes the tee? See you, Jim. All right, here we go now. Watch the play now. Don't get straight line over there at C. Good call. That's the right call. Good job. Here comes Blue. Oh, you pushed him. All right. Good job. Little pushing going on down there, man. You all got to get that stuff. Looks like a bowling alley. As they say in Rip Van Winkle's world, sleepy. All right, here we go now. All right, good job.
Yeah, I do. You try to maybe a little
got the beat.
Okay, here we go now. Way to move in, Bill. All right, good job. If I see something, I'll call it. We let us toe a little bit. Yeah, good no call. He didn't foul him. All right, good call. All right, who goes down the lead now? Let's do it now. And come on around and give him the ball. There you go. Now you got it. What is that? Oh, you're all right, kid. Where'd you get that at?
Donna,
Donna.
scorekeeper.
She did it for us?
Donna. Huh?
Is that for her?
It's from her.
Yeah, we got Cookie up here, folks. We got beautiful women, cookies. Watch your hands. She's getting married, I'm telling you.
I know. She's getting married. She's just not telling nobody.
I know it.
She don't want to invite nobody.
All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, he fouled him. Good call. All right, way to get him. Take your time. Now point. Don't forget to point now. Oh, yeah, I don't want any more, though. That's...
Hey, dude, come on.
All right, here we go. Way to switch now. I got my second win back. I just got me a cookie. And Becky Salter said she had a date in 3 months. Y'all take a number, let her vote on you. She wants a strong man.
Man, he's understanding, man.
All right. You did.
Excuse me, I'll stand up. Maybe I'll get it next time.
All right, here we go. Watch your press now. Watch your press. Come over there and help him. All right, way to be. That's good. Don't turn your back now. Don't turn your back. There you go. Goes on your red line. Inside.
I'll talk to you about it.
All right, here we go. That's all I want. Who's the free throw shooter? All right, good job. All right, good job, man. Main thing y'all want to do on the tape now is look where you're supposed to be on the mechanics. All right. Thank you.
Federation, African-American Saba Simba. Joining Brother Love and his guests, the Legion of Doom, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, with us as well, along with the newly crowned World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, the Hart Foundation. And then, seeing single competition will be Mr. Perfect. I must say this certainly has been a high point of my career, starting things off this week on the Superstars of Wrestling. We invite you to join us next week for more Rowdy Roddy Piper.
I'd go for the goose. Let's take a gander at Tugboat.
You know, everybody thought that the earthquake at Dino Bravo put the old tugboat in dry dock. But the fact is, I've been out here on the bay pushing around the biggest boats that I could find. And next week, right here, I'm going to show everybody that all they really did was turn this tugboat into a destroyer.
Experience World Wrestling Federation action live at the Frank Irwin Center, Saturday, September 15th, beginning at 8 p.m. Matches include the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, meeting the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. The Orient Express will take on the Bushwhackers. And about to be held inside a steel cage, Bad News Brown faces Jake the Snake Roberts. Tickets on sale at all UTTM Ticket Centers. The WWF, September 15th at the Frank Irwin Center.
Coming through, coming through. We're coming through for you. Austin Cablevision. Coming through for Austin, Texas. Coming through for you. Coming through for you.
Better banking in Austin is possible. At Franklin Federal, we do it in 6 simple steps. First, we offer easy ways to save for the future. Friendly, professional service, convenient locations, full banking services, including checking accounts, financial strength from someone you know, and a genuine commitment to you that only an Austin institution can make.
Franklin Federal, in step with your life.
Athletic Conference in conjunction with Raycom Sports and Entertainment.
For David McWilliams, the 1989 season contains bittersweet memories when his Texas team pulled off 2 of the year's biggest upsets, beating Oklahoma and Arkansas. The Longhorns appeared to be back among the elite in the Southwest Conference. But the happiness in Austin was short-lived. Texas lost 4 of its final 5 games and finished with its 2nd consecutive losing record. Now the Longhorns are committed to making 1990 a full year of success. Today, they kick off Raycom's 7th season of Southwest Conference football live from Beaver Stadium against the Penn State Nittany Lions. This is Southwest Conference football, and it's presented by Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to many exciting destinations. Also brought to you in part by Dr. Pepper, by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company, by Budweiser, and by GTE. We have absolutely perfect football weather to kick off the 1990 regular season here at Beaver Stadium in the Happy Valley. The Texas Longhorns against the Penn State Nittany Lions. Our pleasure to welcome you to season number 7 of Southwest Conference football here on Raycom. Dave Barnett along with Dave Rowe. Hard to believe, but it's been 7 years since Texas last won the Southwest Conference and represented the league in the Cotton Bowl. They have stockpiled an awful lot of talent over the last 3 years. They need that talent to turn into wins this year.
Absolutely, Dave. All the tomorrows that they've talked about for the last several years, when they've stockpiled this talent, they have all got to come to head today and play. When you look at the schedule, if they don't win this football game, They face an unbelievable schedule, the 5th toughest in the nation. You've got Colorado coming up in 2 weeks, then Oklahoma and Arkansas. Tech is going to be good, Houston. So they have got to win this game to catapult them into that Colorado game.
For a team that lost 4 of their last 5 games, they're very confident. The main reason they have a healthy Peter Gardere to start this year.
And what a difference Peter Gardere makes when he's healthy. He actually got his start in this game, although he did not start the game last year against Penn State. But look what it's like when he is healthy. 63% completions, and then all of a sudden he got injured, and boy, they went right downhill after that. So they've got to be happy for him to get out there and play today.
This is the silver season, 25th season as the head coach here at Penn State for Joe Paterno. When people talk about what they want college football to represent, emphasis on education, on winning, having fun, this is what Joe Paterno tries to personify here.
Well, every time you talk about Penn State, they kid about the uniforms. They call it Linebacker University, but really, Penn State is Joe Paterno in that 25th season.
83,000 plus. This will be the 72nd consecutive sold-out house at Beaver Stadium. We're back for the kickoff. The Longhorns and the Nittany Lions on Raycom.
Nothing beats it. Nothing beats it. The one and only. Nothing beats it. The clean, the crisp, the cold. The king of beers.
Nothing beats the Bud. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud.
You know, there was a time when taking care of your car was about as simple as filling it up. But times have changed, so have cars. Fortunately, Citgo has developed this new gasoline with HTA 1000 super detergent. It actually keeps today's cars running like new. So to take care of your car, fill it up with Citgo. Car care's never been simpler.
Driving after a few drinks is crazy. Be a safe driver. Don't wreck your life.
Back again at Beaver Stadium in University Park, Pennsylvania. It is absolutely gorgeous today. Temperature in the low 60s as we get set for the 4th meeting ever between these two. 62 degrees, a little breeze out of the northwest, and almost impossible to find a cloud in the sky over central Pennsylvania today.
The field, David, was just in fabulous condition. Opening game, it's a grass field, and it's going to be a very quick field.
Joe Paterno, a winner 16-12 in Austin last year, but he lost an awful lot of experience last year.
Well, it's interesting. He said that in his 25th year, this is the youngest squad he's been around. He's been around here, of course, 25 years as a head coach, 15 as an assistant coach. There's the series record. They lead 2-1.
Here are today's team musts for the Nittany Lions, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. What do they have to keep in mind today?
Well, first of all, they have to come of age. They only have 10 players that are in their senior year. Secondly, replace Blair Thomas. Blair Thomas was 57% of their offense last year. And they have to play traditional Penn State football where they control the ball and drive it down the field. Penn State's been noted by the great running backs that they've had over the years.
Well, on the other hand, David McWilliams with his most experienced team in his 4th season in Austin.
Now, that's quite a statement right there. That shows the stockpiling of talent. We have no positions where we don't have some players who have experience, and that means playing experience, so he's got to be pleased with that aspect of the game.
And the Southwest Airlines team musts for the Horns.
Well, first of all, not put their defense in bad field position. Don't give it up in your own territory. That's so vitally important. Secondly, improve the special teams. They had a punt block last year. They put a lot of emphasis on their special teams and had Peter Gardere. And old meaning not age old. That means the one that played prior to that injury that we discussed in our opening.
They're going to expand this stadium to 95,000. Maybe this is the year to come here if you're the Longhorns. A mere 83,000.
Well, you can see the spans of the stadium. There's not many seats. I think the bus was probably late getting up in that upper section across the field there, but that's about the only spot that's not been sold out.
The Longhorns will kick, and one of the few question marks as far as experience is concerned for Texas is kicker. This is Michael Pollock. He is a senior, but he has never lettered. He kicked off in '87 against Oregon State last year in 2 games. Against SMU and Texas Tech, he has never attempted a field goal in college. And deep receiving for the Nittany Lions, Gary Brown. Good strong kick by Pollock. Brown right up the middle, a lot of room, and at midfield, and still going. He might go all the way. One man with an angle, and Brown hauled down inside the 5-yard line by Winfred Tubbs.
What a way to open the season if you're Penn State. They had a middle wedge on that return, and they just burst it right up the middle. Let's see if we can see that middle wedge. Now, look, he catches it on the 2-yard line. Now, the wedge, the secret is not to slow down. Look, right here where he bursts through, right there. He's on a dead run. He avoids one person there. There's another one. Really hits it, runs into his own man right here, and then goes to the far corner. And the only person that has a chance to bring him down is Tubbs, and he catches him on about the 3-yard line. There's Tubbs. No quitting that young man.
From the 3 in the I formation, the fullback Sam Gash, and he is stacked up, might have gotten a yard. The linebackers for the Horns, Boone Powell, Brian Jones, Anthony Curl on the stop. And for David McWilliams, one of his major goals this year was shore up the special teams. He feels that got him beat in the Penn State game last year. The quarterback for the Lions, a junior, Tony Sacca, out of New Jersey. This is his first start in an opening game. He started most of his first 2 college seasons. Still from the 3 on second down. Gash again.
Boy, is this an important series. You hate to say that this is a big series, and Brian Jones knows it's a big series. If they can stop Penn State and hold them to a field goal, it'll be a tremendous boost for this defense.
Well, along with Sacca, the Penn State offense, Gash the fullback. He's carried twice. Leroy Thompson trying to replace Blair Thomas. Daniel Smith and Sales are the receivers, with McCartan from Highland Park in Dallas leading the offensive line. 3rd and goal from the 2. And this is Thompson, and a touchdown for the Lions. Third play of the game. From 2 yards out, a touchdown for Leroy Thompson. Penn State, like Texas, very inexperienced at kicker. This is Henry Adkins to attempt and hit the extra point.
Well, this is just power football. You're going to see it go to the left of your screen. See everybody going left to the left. And it's just power football. Just get it in there. Here's another view. You'll see the hole open up right there. They try to turn it back in. That's Mark Berry turning it back in, but the linebacker just didn't get there in time. But what a way to start. Wow.
Well, 1:27 seconds into the game. 7-0 Lions. We're back after these messages from Southwest Airlines.
It looked like another boring month. He was going to rearrange his sock drawer. She thought they'd fix the cap. Then they discovered Southwest Airlines Fun Fairs. Soon they were jetting away to all sorts of exciting cities, seeing things their mothers had warned them about, eating food they couldn't pronounce, laughing out loud for no apparent reason. Southwest Airlines Fun Fairs. They're available now.
And we'll have fun, 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 flying Southwest on a fun fair today.
That's my son. You know, he could grow up to be one of the world's great doctors. Yeah, maybe a brain surgeon. Of course, that'd be years of medical school, big bucks. Maybe he'll just be a famous lawyer. And then there's law school, more big bucks. Actually, I think he'll make a great politician. He already knows how to get everything he wants.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Well, after the 93-yard opening kick return by Gary Brown, 3 plays, Thompson takes it in from 2 yards, less than a minute and a half into their 1990 season. The Horns trail 7-0.
Well, we talked in our opening about the coverage and the special teams, and that's a major part of the game. And they have just got to cover better than that. You can't allow them to run up there and never break stride, just burst right up in there. And you see there's David McWilliams talking with Bob Boyd, who's their special teams coach.
Unlike last year, the Horns putting a lot of frontliners on their special teams for the express purpose of preventing big plays like the one they've already been burned on. Craig Fayok, a freshman, ready to kick it off for Penn State. And from the 4-yard line, Grady Cavness on the return. And nothing like the field position that Penn State enjoyed. He is just out across the 20. And Dan DeCastro making the tackle for the Lions. The Horns on the offensive for the first time in 1990, already trailing 7-0. 18 yards on the return by Cavness. And Gardere in his sophomore year from Houston Lee, a 58% passer last year, 13 of 23 in this game off the bench a year ago, including a touchdown. You're going to see all kinds of different formations from Texas this year. Adrian Walker, their leading rusher a year ago, skirting left end. He's got a nice first down gain, 7 or 8 yards up to the 29-yard line. Leonard Humphreys brought him down, 8 yards for Walker. The Texas offense with Gardere, Phil Brown, a redshirt freshman, Walker a sophomore, Johnny Walker with the single season record 55 catches a year ago, and the cash twins at flanker and tight end. Up front, Johnson, Miller, Smith, Boyd, and Thomas. If there is a question mark about the offense, it is in the offensive line. Out of the one back, again Adrian Walker for a loss back to the 22.
Boy, when you get penetration there, and Penn State gets penetration, there's no way that he can run around this. Watch this angle here. See, watch, they get stuffed back there. That's Thomas getting pushed back. They just can't get around the corner. And when your lineman's going backwards, there's nowhere to get around.
Loss of 6 yards for Adrian Walker. Defense for the Lions, Giannetti, Berger, Benfatti, Ravati, Wright, Goganis, and Baggett in their 3-4. Fusetti, Thomas, Perry, and Humphreys. Thomas the best in the secondary. 3rd and 8 after a loss of 6 yards, and Gardere flipping it out for Chris Samuels. Nice move, and he's got a first down to the 35-yard line.
Well, you'll know why they want to get the ball to Chris Samuels after watching a run like that. He really should have been tackled on about the 26 or 27-yard line. He made a great juke around one of the linebackers who came up to try and tackle him. But that was just an excellent run once he caught the football.
Texas this year designating their backs A-back and B-back. Samuels is an A-back, and what that means is they'll put him in a wing, a slot. He'll be a flanker quite often. The best pass receiver among their running backs. Phil Brown from the slot in motion on first down. Adrian Walker again turning the corner. And room as he spins into Lion territory at the 46-yard line.
And let me bring up a good point here, Dave. One of the things that has happened is David McWilliams has got his team back in their composure. They didn't lose composure, and that is really an important thing. When you burst a kick like that and all of a sudden Penn State scores, there's a real tendency to lose your composure, and Texas has not. They have kept their composure. That's good coaching and good leadership by Gardere.
18 yards on the game for Walker, who challenged the freshman rushing record of Earl Campbell last year. From the 47, play action for Gardere, and he's flipping it out, and it is incomplete, intended for Johnny Walker. Had to go up for that one. He was well defended by Greg Fusetti, the right corner. And a man down for Penn State. Hard to pick up his number at this point.
And maybe Fusetti.
It might be the man who made the hit. I think it is.
think that is the cornerback, Fusetti.
He is a senior from Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. They were able to move Willie Thomas from corner to safety because they like his potential and ability at the corners. So we got a stoppage of play with 11:58 in the first quarter, 7-0 Penn State.
The Penn State Nittany Lions and their fans would like to welcome Coach David McWilliams, protected Longhorns, to their fans at Beaver Stadium.
Nothing beats number one. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats clean, crisp, and cold. This is the best, and we got it right here. Yeah! Nothing beats a bud, yeah, nothing beats a bud, yeah, nothing beats a Budweiser. Nothing beats a bud.
You know, there was a time when taking care of your car was about as simple as filling it up. But times have changed, so have cars. Fortunately, Citgo has developed this new gasoline with HTA 1000 super detergent. It actually keeps today's cars running like new. So to take care of your car, fill it up with Citgo. Car care's never been simpler.
Well, here is the play on which Willie Thomas, not Fusetti, we finally got a look at the full jersey, and it's number 25, Thomas, who's going to come away hurt.
I think what happens here, he gets hit in the head. You see right there where he comes across and catches, looks as if he catches a knee in the head. Really, on that play, Johnny Walker was the one who should have gotten hurt. The way he came down, looked as if Thomas caught a knee in the side of the head, but he was up and ran off the field, so good sign.
Pass, of course, incomplete, so 2nd and 10. Good protection for Gardere. He flips it out. The ball is dropped at the 42. Intended receiver over there, Samuels, normally very sure-handed. Here's a look at scores of other games around the country on the Dr. 3-0 for the Panthers in the first quarter. This is one of the earliest kickoffs in the country. That's what we've got so far. Of course, as other games get underway, we will keep you updated. Keith, 3rd down after the 18-yard gain by Adrian Walker. They still need 10 from the 47. And again, the protection excellent for Gardere. Ball is caught by Walker. First down at the 29. Lee Rubin, the replacement for Thomas, with the hit. There's catch number 1 for a man who had a school record 55 catches last year.
Well, he had a great day against Penn State last year, too. You remember he had 120 yards, so he picked right back up. Interesting to watch Gardere in the pocket there. I thought he was going to flush. It looked as if he got real quick feet, but all of a sudden he just kind of gained his composure, stepped up like the quarterback's supposed to, and threw a strike to Johnny Walker.
Horns again from the 1-back, and the slot man in motion, Keith Cash. The roll this time for Gardere. And a nice one-legged attempt. Ball thrown behind Cash. He almost reeled it in at about the 17. Leonard Humphreys had the coverage. Of course, Keith and Kerry Cash in McWilliams' first recruiting season 3 years ago. They are both seniors out of San Antonio Holmes. Keith Cash, the flanker, and Kerry Cash beefed up this year, about 23 pounds heavier than his twin brother. He's the tight end again.
And that's about the only way you can tell them apart. It's just the fact that one weighs more than the other.
I understand we have some minor transmission problems for which we apologize. We're working to fix them. Phil Brown in motion this time. Might have been early movement. There is a flag, and Adrian Walker sliding down near the 25-yard line. 2 flags down now. Adrian Walker out of Chapel Hill near Tyler. 5'11", 200. Really came on late in his freshman year. Only started 2 games, yet he gained 814 yards.
That was an offside penalty. I believe Penn State jumped into the neutral zone. Yeah, that's what they're marching off. That's what it is. Offsides against Penn State. We may be able to see that on the top part of our monitor if we get a picture. Look at the top. See right there? You can't enter the neutral zone. That's what they did. They jumped the snap count.
Frank Giannetti, the left defensive tackle.
one thing that Texas is going to have to get used to, and that is running on a grass surface. And that's quite a different feature. We don't have many teams in the Southwest Conference that they play against that run on natural grass.
Well, none.
None. Okay.
They haven't played on grass since Brigham Young, the opener 2 years ago. 2nd and 5 from the 24. And Phil Brown looks to have what they needed for another first at the 17. Keith Goganis, the senior inside linebacker, number 42 with the tackle. They really like his potential. He had a great spring after a redshirt year.
Yeah, well, he's a north-south runner, and listening to Lynn Amity yesterday say he's a north-south runner. He doesn't run wide trying to get to the corner. That's the east-west, so to speak, runner. He runs north-south. In other words, he gains ground when he runs.
Brown for 8 yards. Both Keith Cash and Walker are wide to the right as the horns go from the I. And again, it is Phil Brown. Outside speed, turns it up. 5-yard line, and a flag down at that point.
Well, this is just an excellent run. Phil Brown makes good decisions when he runs. We'll have to wait and see what the call is. I think it's going to be holding against Texas. Looked as if the wide receiver was holding the cornerback on the play.
It's going to come back. It is holding.
We may be able to see that on the tail end of this play, but watch the decisions by Phil Brown. Now, right here, you want to come back inside. Right there, he's going to make a dip. Nope, it's not inside, so he goes back out around the outside. Now, the holding is in the left part of your screen right there. That's what they called holding, right there on the 10-yard line. That's where the flag. See, the flag is thrown right there to the left of your screen. That's what they called holding.
Looked like Johnny Walker holding Leonard Humphreys that time. And the mark-off back to the 18, really costly after a nice run by Brown. And it will be first down and 11.
This has been a great drive for Texas. They've controlled the ball, which is one of the things they needed to do.
Adrian Walker inside the 15. Another flag down. He is inside the 10. Willie Thomas back into the game after being shaken up, and we'll see what this indication is.
Well, in that situation, sometimes you see a face mask. It looked as if when he came across to me, may have just raked his face mask.
He did. That's the call.
What an odd formation to start from. You know, Lynn Amity told us that they're going to go with every kind of formation, but what a start. Look at this. 2 backs down here at the bottom, 1 in the tailback position. There's the pitch. You've got great angle right now. You've got everybody outflanked. See, everybody is blocked. Let's see if we can see the face mask. It's not here. It's coming up right in here. That's the face mask penalty. That's a great shot.
Darren Perry, they call him the hero position. And a less than heroic result of that attempt to tackle, and Gardair's got him first and goal at the 4-yard line. 7-0 Penn State after a 93-yard return of the opening kick. They scored in 3 plays. Texas trying to tie it up. Play action, down goes Gardair at the 15. Frank Giannetti from left defensive tackle.
What a play by Giannetti. He's got that backside containment. It's a fake action into the center of the line to hold those linebackers, and Gardair was going to roll out and pick up a wide receiver or run it in. Giannetti, that's his responsibility on that backside, and he dumped him. What a big play.
Loss of 10 yards. Only Giannetti and Thomas have any significant starting experience in this Penn State defense. 1 of 2 defensive starters in their final season of eligibility. So 2nd and 14, still goal to go. This time much better protection. Ball is deflected and almost intercepted. Todd Berger, the nose tackle, got a piece of it and almost was able to dive for the pickoff, and now 3rd and goal.
Hey, the play selection is really interesting. This is a slip. What they do is they call a slip block. What you do is you fake outside, then also you dump back over to the middle to your tight end. There you see Cash coming off the tight end. He's supposed to block. Hopefully the linebacker will go out, and then Cash slips out into the unguarded area in the center. It didn't work, though.
3rd and goal. Gardair has to hurry. Has a man. It is incomplete, intended for Kerry Cash. It got knocked out of his hands at the goal line.
Well, Kerry Cash at 6'4", 238 pounds. You've got to make this catch. You can see he knows it. Now let's watch him come off the line. This is similar. Now he's just going to do a curl. Just find an open zone right in the end zone. That's the goal line right there. Oh, boy, that is so close.
Willie Thomas knocked it out of his hands after it looked like he had the catch. I'm not sure so much Cash's fault as a nice play by Thomas to save the touchdown, and Michael Pollock will attempt a 31-yarder. First collegiate field goal attempt for the senior from Austin. And no problem. Pollock out of the hold of Mark Murdoch has the Horns on the board. It was imperative they get something out of that opening drive. 8:33 in the first, 7-3 Penn State.
Who's left? Kane.
Pitch and Marone is due up.
Kane.
So Burns is going to have to go to his bench. The only choice is John Kane.
Okay, kid. Get me the doc.
Burns has been reluctant to use Kane, preferring to go with the younger players, but he may not have a choice here tonight.
Now batting for Marone, Kane.
One day there was just too much gray. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? I didn't. I was afraid it might look phony. I wanted natural-looking color, and I wanted to do it right, with no pouring and mixing. Nobody else could give me what I wanted until Clairol Option Instant for Men. I figured if it's from Clairol, I could trust it. I could. I went from gray to my natural-looking color in 5 easy minutes. My hair looks great, feels great. When I look in the mirror, I don't see gray. I see me.
Do it right with Option, also in gradual formula.
Well, Dave, there's a 15-play drive, 65 yards. They drove it for 5 minutes to come away with that field goal. But you know, on that pass that Cash caught or bobbled on the end zone, I wondered whether he had possession of it. Possession, when he has possession, that means he has control of the ball and he has his feet on the ground. Let's take a peek at that again. Let's watch and see what possession is that. No, I don't think he did. The feet weren't on the ground. See, both feet are coming down. It was just a good hit. I reconsider.
Well, it was worth another look.
Yes, it certainly was.
And Michael Pollock, 1 for 1 in the field goal department and getting the Horns on the board. Gary Brown, the man that took it right up the middle for 95 yards on his first return. We'll see what adjustments the Horns make on special teams. This is a wobbler from the 8-yard line. Much better, although still not bad field position for Penn State. Out across the 30, and Jeff Higgins was there for the tackle. Well, Tony Sacca had to only take it in from 3 yards on their first drive, and it took him 3 cracks. 23-yard return this time, and from the 30-yard line, the junior quarterback from Delran, New Jersey. If they've been critical about Sacca throughout his career, it's had to do with a very low completion rate, only 41% last year, and a career 39% passer. A.J. McDuffie went in motion. Sam Gash might have lost one. Oscar Giles, Brian Jones, Boone Powell combining for the hit on Gash, the fullback. And along with that trio, Dronette, Patton, Jeter up front, Powell along with Jones and Anthony Curl as the linebackers. Barry, Gunn, Richard, and Cavlis, much maligned secondary for Texas. They think that's going to come to an end with finally some experience back there. They gave Gash 2, second and 8. And on play action, Sacca with time. Flag down, and he's incomplete, intended for Gash. The ball broken up by Anthony Curl.
Well, 2 things are going to happen on this. First of all, it's going to be a holding call against McCartan on Oscar Giles on the top. That's got to be, because that's where the referee looked the entire time. It is very important for Giles to play well. He has got to get a pass rush. The other big person that has to play, you see him in the middle of your screen there, well, he just walked out, is number 60, Brian Jones. He has got to come into his own. He has got to play consistent, tough football. He's looked very good in these first 2 or 3 series. First 2 series, I should say.
Frank Shepard, the referee, with the holding call. At the conclusion of today's game, Dave and I will announce the Southwest Airlines player of the game. This will be 2nd and 18 for the Lions. They mark it at the 22.
Well, you know, you don't come to Texas and wear number 60 and don't play well.
Tommy Novus got it started. Britt Hager after him wore 60. Jones inherited that number last year after transferring from UCLA. Wideouts on the left, and they send Terry Smith in motion. Draw play, Leroy Thompson out of the tackle. And so much for the holding call. He got all that yardage back before Powell and Jones made the hit on it. 9 yards on the game. Thompson, a senior from Knoxville, Tennessee. Somehow the balls let him get away. Grew up in the shadow, literally, of their stadium on campus. He was the fullback last year when Blair Thomas returned from the knee injury, and they like the fact that they have a real fullback size-wise. Gash there. Thompson a little bit undersized at that position last year. And it's 3rd and 8. Saka under pressure delivers to McDuffie and out of bounds at the 47. Mark Berry with the tackle, first down yardage with another flag down.
And boy, oh boy, did Mr. Saka ever get hit on that play. Lance Gunn came, and he's got the outside containment, and he just drilled Saka on that play. There's the holding call. It's defensive holding. It's going to go against the Longhorns. But what a shot Tony Saka took on his roll. He doesn't have the outstanding speed that you look at as a roll-out quarterback. He's more of a passer, but watch Lance Gunn, number 16, come up here and stick him. Boom.
Snaps that helmet back, but they get 15 on the completion. And Berry has been replaced at left corner. Willie Mack Garza, the Southwest Conference Defensive Newcomer of the Year as a freshman 2 years ago, out all last year after knee surgery. He's number 17, bottom of your screen. Now backing off. Thompson sliding at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Now, you would think that the Penn State runners would be used to running on this grass because they play most of the time on grass. You have got to get your feet up underneath you. You can't make those AstroTurf cuts that we see so much in the Southwest Conference because you just don't have that footing. Cleats just don't dig in. There's a little bit of moisture yesterday. A lot of different things can happen, but you've got to run a little bit more controlled when you run on grass.
Loss of 1 for Thompson, their leading returning rusher. And they fake to him this time. Saka away from Giles and rolling for the catch. Rick Sales, the tight end, still going to the 20 before Jones ran him down. First collegiate catch by Rick Sales, a sophomore from McKeesport, Pennsylvania.
Well, when you lose containment on defense, and that's what they do here, they lose containment right there. Now you put the defense in a terrible position because he's got that run-pass option. He picks up Sales, and look at this. Sales put his feet down. He just doesn't lose his balance. Picks up big yardage down to the 20-yard line.
34 yards. Full house backfield. McDuffie maybe for 1 yard. Stanley Richard, the senior from Hawkins, the most experienced secondary man for the Horns. McDuffie normally a wideout, but they will use his speed from the backfield as they tried to there for no gain.
Well, that's the east-west runner that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Coaches love calling them east and west and north and south. The north and south ones are the ones that burst up in there. The east-west ones are the ones that are always trying to make it around the corner.
Well, maybe a half yard. Second and a long 9. Penn State leading 7-3, 5.5 minutes. First quarter. On the blitz. Brian Jones bursting through. And Sam Gash backing up.
I don't know how Gash held on to that ball with Brian Jones. He timed it perfect. He just snuck right through the guard center gap. He was untouched. And just as Saka handed it to Gash, Jones handed it to Gash also.
If he's in a split second earlier, he goes the other way for 6.
Right. Or he's offside. Right.
Well, that is the big play capability that they love Jones providing. 3rd and 14. This time Powell on the blitz, and Saka airing it out, almost hauled in by Sales. He was man-to-man with Richard, and Richard was right with him.
Boy, and that is just an excellent play by two good athletes. The defense was perfect. The ball was thrown well. Watch Sales come off the line. Now Richard's got him one-on-one here. Now watch this. He can't put his hands on him. He has got to go up for the ball. He reaches in between and pulls the ball out. That's just a fine play by two good athletes.
This will be 42 yards on the attempt by Henry Adkins out of the hold of Bill Spoor. And blocked. The Horns got it in the middle of the line. That is Shane Dronette. He is big. That's why they got him in. He's 6'6", 258-pound sophomore.
I thought Jeter might have blocked that too.
Well, Jeter's 6'5". Still 7-3, and we're back after these messages from Southwest Airlines.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has one of the best on-time records in the country.
Mr. Smith, you're early.
Just something to remember. Southwest Airlines.
The organizers of a recent national sports event had a slight coordination problem. How to link 34 events in 6 different cities. So GTE designed and maintained a network that not only connected people to information, but made it possible for the competition to begin. You see, at GTE, it's not just communications we offer, it's solutions. Call us. We're ready.
7-3 Penn State. The Texas special teams costing the Horns 7 on the long kickoff return, but they save them 3 here. Now see if 99 Tommy Jeter doesn't get a hand on the attempt by Adkins.
Watch the right of your screen. You're going to see him just break through the seam, and there's the arm up. Look at that. They just caved that offensive line in. That right guard looks like he's blocking over on the left side. That's just great penetration. Of course, Jeter with that great strength, 6'5", 263, and he is really put together.
81, 13, and 3 all-time in openers, but they dropped their last 4 by a combined score of 136 to 35. Some blowouts for the Horns. They're trying to recapture their opening day magic, and they go 1st and 10 from the 25, and it's caught by Johnny Walker. First down yardage, 37-yard line. Cusetti made the tackle, and this is what Penn State feared. Gardere and Walker, the favorite combination for those two last year.
Well, we talked about last year in this game that Walker had 8 receptions. You cannot give Walker that cushion. You can't play back off him 10, 12 yards because it's almost an automatic. He looks in at Gardere. Gardere looks back at him, and it's almost like they communicate with their eyes. Hey, now look at the cushion on the bottom now. Look how close they are now.
Adrian Walker, after the fake to Brown, a lot of misdirection in this Texas offense, and Todd Berger made the tackle. Lynn Abity compared it yesterday to the Washington Redskins when they go from the one-back set. He says, we may run only 8 plays, but we may run it from 20 or 30 different sets. It's all about making the defense unable to recognize what one of those 8 plays is coming.
Exactly. You run it from different sets. You use decoys. You try to get mismatches, and you try to fool the defense.
This time, big hole, and Phil Brown with second effort might have a first down. Into the secondary where Thomas, the safety, made the tackle. They have to measure, and it looks like 3rd and short. 8 yards on the gain for the redshirt freshman from Commerce. They like his speed and the fact that the first tackle doesn't necessarily mean he's down, as he just showed.
No, he doesn't. He has good second effort. They're going to have to measure this, of course. The referee looked all the way across the field and felt it was close enough to take a measure. Gives the players a little chance to take a breather, too.
Well, maybe the length of the ball, maybe 2. It will be third and less than 1. Penn State taking a secondary man out, Fusetti, and inserting an extra linebacker, 94 Eric Ravati. And Gardere getting the word from the sideline.
Now what you want to do is you want to come out and change your cadence in here. You either change your cadence, try and draw them off sides, or else you feel you have confidence in your back and you just say, we're going to come at you.
Johnny Walker out of the game. Extra tight end Stephen Clark is in. He missed all of last year. The foot injury. There is the sneak.
Oh, that's a good play. Let me tell you what that play is. We used to call that play the goose play. And what you do is you come up as a quarterback, and it's a combination between the center and nobody else knows the snap count. Now watch. See, he looks around. Now watch his hands. He's just going to kind of goose the center a little bit. Snap it. Boom. Now he bops. Oh, I didn't see the fumble. But see, he's supposed to just kind of feel up underneath him, and boom.
He didn't get it, and the Horns want to go for it. They are still in their end of the field. They're going to remeasure it. This is marked at the 47.5-yard line, so Gardere, because of the bobble, did not quite get what he needed. Now, 3:19 to go, first quarter in your own end of the field. Trailing 7-3. How much do you gamble this early?
Well, first of all, you remember one of our musts, don't give the ball for Texas to win, was to not give the ball up in bad territory. I almost think you have to punt it. I really feel this early in the game, you're playing well. I think you have to punt the football.
Well, McWilliams not quite as worried about punter as he was place kicker coming into this year. That's Alex Waits. He was second in the nation as a freshman back in 1986. Hamstring problem the last 2 years. He is a senior from Plano East.
They got 10 men up on the line of scrimmage, and they're coming after him.
Of course, a block punt recovered in the end zone won this game for the Lions last year. Low liner from the left footer. Always seems to get a great roll, and McDuffie from the 3-yard line. Not a good decision. Lance Gunn and Winfred Tubbs down on the tackle just out across the 10.
You know, last year you didn't hear names like that on special teams for Texas, did you? Lance Gunn, starter. Winfred Tubbs, certainly right up there as a starter or close to it.
Punt of 50 yards for Waits, and he pins the Lions back at their 11-yard line. 2:57 to go. It's just impossible to play football under better conditions than this.
I think that's an important point that you brought up. Do you punt or do you try to go for it? Emotion tells you, let's go for it. I think we can make it. We've made it before. But if you don't make it, it's such a critical play. It takes several drives to recover from that. The worst thing that you get is great field position if you're the other team and they don't make it.
Long count for Saka, and they give to Thompson, the tailback. Nothing shifty that time, just leaning forward for 1 or 2. Todd Hunt, left tackle, and Jones combining after a gain of 3. Horns have had especially one drive that they really control the ball. Penn State, with the field position, hasn't needed to drive more than 3 yards for their touchdown. And the quick count this time. Good protection. Saka double pump and going deep for Daniels, and it is picked off by Garza. At the 41-yard line, welcome back, Willie Mack Garza.
When I walked with David McWilliams yesterday, he said to me, I want to let you know one thing. Willie Mack Garza is a starter that doesn't start on this in our defensive secondary. And that's what he considers him. He considers him a player that is easily able to start. Garza just looked this ball all the way in. He wasn't faked on it, and he played this just like you'd play it like a receiver. He was running down, looked at the ball, never looked off it, and came down with a big interception to give him back the football.
Willie Mack out of Refugio. Gives it back to the Horns. Right about where they punted it away. On play action, Gardere in trouble and down for a loss of 4 or 5 yards. 99, Rich McKenzie from the outside linebacker spot. He was at one time rated the #1 high school linebacker in the nation.
Well, I think he came to the right place if he wanted to play linebacker. This place is, Penn State is phenomenal as far as the linebackers that they've produced.
Loss was 4 yards, 2nd and 14. good, but Giannetti got back, no flag. And Gardere tried to get Samuels, who slipped on his cut, and that's why the timing was off.
Yep, again, that natural grass, as he comes down, he's got to plant. Now watch him coming out of the backfield. He has to plant and explode right there. You see there where he makes the cut? Now he recovers, but that throws off the timing of the play. You've got to run under control on grass. It just is totally different.
Well, Gardere, 58% last year, struggling a bit in the first quarter of his first game as a sophomore. Third and a short 15, and Gardere has the ball deflected. He tried to find Keith Cash, and it looked like Berger again got a hand on the ball.
One thing that Penn State did last year to Texas is they fooled them a lot with twists, where the lineman would go out and the other lineman would come underneath, and that's what they're getting penetration again this time. They're using twists where one lineman goes out and they just kind of twist around underneath. That is tough for Penn State, for Texas to block. They've had difficulty doing that.
Penn State calling time here. They do have the wind at their backs as we get late in the first quarter, 1:29 to play. Enter the Southwest Airlines Dr. Pepper Southwest Conference Sweepstakes. Just send the name of today's player of the game to Sweepstakes, 1300 West Mockingbird Lane, Suite 501 in Dallas, 75247. Winners of the weekly drawing receive a pair of tickets to a Southwest Conference home game and round-trip airfare to the nearest city to that game that is served by Southwest Airlines. Grand prize will be a trip for 4 to the Mobile Cotton Bowl, including tickets, round-trip airfare, and hotel, courtesy of Southwest Airlines and Dr. Pepper. No purchase necessary. Enter today. Well, at one time, this stadium resided 2 miles away from where they finally moved it. That's a little known story.
It was an interesting feat. They actually moved this stadium. It was Beaver Stadium. It was by Rec Hall, which is about 2 miles away. And they moved it out in sections and it constructed what they thought was way out of town.
Waits, who went for 50 on his first attempt, sails a beauty to McDuffie from the 16. And about 16 on the return. Winfred Tubbs has been all over on special teams. He saved the touchdown on the long kick return, and Penn State taking over still with that wind, and 1:19 to go in the first quarter. 47 yards on this kick by Waits.
Now what Penn State has to do, and Tony Saka, is they have to get a little bit more consistency in their offense. They've been kind of sputtering. They haven't been able to get anything to complement the other thing. In other words, the run has not worked. They've gone to the pass and had a little bit of success, but haven't been able to come back and really get consistency in their offense.
End around. David Daniels, a speedster from Sarasota, Florida, turns it up. Big play to the 37 of Texas. Grady Cavendish chased him down, as you will see.
This is what you do to a team that pursues real well. Now there's the fake. You see everybody pursuing this way, and watch when he hands it off, there is nobody to the left of your screen.
31 yards on the end around by Daniels. He had a touchdown in this game a year ago on a 33-yard catch. Lions at the 36 of Texas. We're inside a minute in the first quarter. They lead 7-3. Not much except big plays so far for Penn State. And they may have taken too long.
That's exactly what they did. They took too long. They went past the 25-second clock.
Joe Paterno, the leading active winner, 220 career victories. 6th all-time.
Says he's going to coach 6 more years until he's 70 years old. I'm talking with Bud Tallman, who's their SID in charge of that. He said he is as sharp today as he was 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Well, he's only lost on opening day 4 times, only once in this stadium. That was last year to Virginia. Mark off of 5, 1st and 15. Gash, the fullback, wrapped up by Giles, got out of that hit. Extra effort again, and he averts what might have been a loss of 4 or 5 yards and might have picked up a couple. Lance Gunn finally wrestling him down. He got 2. That's going to be the final play of the first quarter. And in front of 83,000 plus in Happy Valley, 7-3 Penn State. We'll be back after these messages from your local station. This is the Raycom Sports and Entertainment Network.
It's Eagle's Summer Clear Away. Now through Sunday, Eagle is drastically reducing prices on our entire inventory. Every famous brand suit in our huge inventory has been reduced $50 to $100 off our everyday low prices. Every sport coat and every pair of slacks has been price slashed. And now through Sunday, in addition to the tremendous savings on suits, sport coats, and dress slacks, Eagle's entire stock of dress shirts is 1/2 off. Don't miss the great Clear Away sale at Eagle.
We need leadership in Washington that's committed to the future. At 33, David Beilharz already knows what it means to meet major challenges. As a decorated naval officer in the Persian Gulf, and by building his own successful business in Austin, currently employing 30 people. As a family man, he's concerned about the future and his new challenge to bring reform to Congress.
Incumbents today work for the special interests that keep them in office. As your congressman, I'll work hard to restore Congress as the watchdog for the people.
David Beilharz for Congress.
Back again at Beaver Stadium, 7-3, Penn State over Texas after 1 quarter. Dave Barnett, Dave Rowe. Most of the news really for Texas was good, except for the 2 big plays.
Yes, the big opening kickoff that went 95 yards, and then, of course, that reverse that just got them down in great field position. But Texas has played very well. It's just been a very well-played football game by Texas, other than just those 2 errors.
It'll be 2nd and 13. As the second quarter gets underway, Penn State at the 39 of the Horn. Usually throwing out a play action. Saka, incomplete, intended for Terry Smith. Pressure came from Patton and Giles, and that made Saka hurry just a bit.
Well, it's so important to get pressure on a quarterback, especially a pocket quarterback, the one that sits back in there and steps up. Now, rolling out quarterbacks, you try to make them pull up and throw earlier than expected, but with a pocket passer like Saka is, you try to get pressure on him to make him just to disrupt you up in front of his face.
Big play for the Texas defense. On 3rd and 13, again play action. Giles with the rush, and Gary Brown spins out of the tackle, up the side. And he might have a first down.
Every time there's a tackling drill done in practice, coaches tell you, wrap them up, wrap them up. In other words, wrap those arms around them. Now watch this, it's a screen out to the flats. Now right there, it's a perfect play.
Anthony Curl,
and he
lets him go.
Just doesn't wrap him up. That's what you've got to do. You've got to hold on and hope for help. And what a difference that makes from being a 4th down on the 37-yard line compared to a 4th down with about 1 yard to go.
And they will go for it. Well, they wanted to draw Texas off. Horns wouldn't budge. Now, with a timeout, they will probably bring the field goal unit on.
And did you see the flinches on the Texas players that time? The sound was so hard from Saka, the hard count, it almost drove him offside.
Timeout. We're back after these messages from Southwest Airlines.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. You can't say Southwest Airlines doesn't have convenient flight schedules for business people.
Southwest Airlines doesn't have convenient...
What'd I tell you? Southwest Airlines.
You know, there was a time when taking care of your car was about as simple as filling it up. But times have changed, so have cars. Fortunately, Citgo has developed this new gasoline with HTA 1000 super detergent. It actually keeps today's cars running like new. So to take care of your car, fill it up with Citgo. Car care's never been simpler.
Well, Penn State unsuccessfully tried to draw Texas off sides on a 4th and 1. They called their second timeout. They have only one left. So often after that doesn't work, they'll change their mind and go for a field goal. They're still going for it. Still 4th and 1.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you one thing. There was a hole there for a second, but it closed in a hurry.
Gary Brown out of the full house backfield, and then they need to measure this. Boone Powell,
I don't think he made it.
With a big hit, might just have given the ball back to Texas. Where they've got it spotted now, I don't think he did.
I think they had to make it to about the 26-yard line. It is going to be awfully close. They tried to go on a quick count to try to catch that defensive line rather than allow them time to, to kind of collect themselves. They tried to go on a quick count, and the hole was there for a second, but boy, it closed in a hurry.
He didn't get it.
Joe Paterno turns around and said, he should have gone over the top. Watch the hole here. It's going to be the bottom of your screen. Now watch. Right in here. The hole is open right there. And watch how quickly, now right there. Now look how quickly it closes. There's Brian Jones in there. He was the first one in there. Lance Gunn also.
So the big play that Texas's defense needed after they've been burned on a couple of big plays. Still 7-3. Now we'll see if that turns into a spark for the offense. Stephen Clark in at tight end. Now slot. And Adrian Walker run down by the hero, Darren Perry. What exactly is the hero in the Penn State defense?
Well, what the hero does is it's a defensive back, and what he does is he keys on certain players. Now he'll key on an Adrian Walker and go and just mirror him wherever he goes, or if they bring in, say, a Phil Brown or a Samuels on 3rd down, the hero will guard that man particularly. Wherever he goes, he just mirrors that one man. The rest of the defensive backs, they all play a zone or a man-to-man coverage, but he just all the time zeroes in on that one back that he's assigned to.
Well, they lost 2 trying to turn the end. Chris Samuels has checked into the Texas backfield.
Now, let me tell you what works in this situation. Again, with Penn State pursuing as well as they are and coming up, when that hero comes up that fast on that back, a lot of times a little run pass where you just dump it over top of the heads. You have that little wide receiver just kind of sneak out there and you just dump it over top of his head.
Good look at Braylon Johnson, number 3. They moved him from the secondary this year. They, of course, lost Tony Jones, who wied out last year. Originally went to Notre Dame, changed his mind, came back, sat out a year, now ready for his junior season at Texas. And this is not an official timeout, or at least it has not been charged to Texas. A down marker is being repaired on, I think, the near sideline. That's why the delay. Let's take a look at our Schick storyline for today's game.
Well, of course, it's the 34-yard field goal by Pollock and the blocked field goal attempt. That was a big play, the blocked field goal attempt. For Penn State, of course, they've had 2 plays, a 95-yard kickoff return and the other one, the reverse that went so far.
As they work on it, so many ifs. Texas last year, if a half dozen plays had gone differently than they did, might have had an 8-3, maybe 9-2 season. One of those plays that went awry, of course, the blocked punt that enabled Penn State to win this game last year. And one play this year, actually 2 plays in this year's game. Obviously the long kick return they like back, and also the catch that Cash almost made at the goal line. It could easily be 10-0 Texas. Instead, Paterno leads still 7-3. And the repairs are complete. 2nd and 12 for the Horns. Gardere slipping and scrambling. And they lose another 3 or 4. Keith Goganis, senior from Virginia Beach, Virginia, made the stop on Gardere.
And one of the things Gardere has got to do is mix up his snap count. If you're watching how fast the Penn State linemen are coming off the ball, linemen are keyed to come off movement, but a lot of times they get in a pattern when the quarterback continually comes up and calls it on, say, the second sound, hut, hut. They just get geared that way. So you want to mix up that snap count so they don't get a running start on you.
They say he got back to the line. This is 3rd and 12. Much better protection. A look over the middle and a catch. And a first down to the 43-yard line for Derek Duke, a sophomore from Houston, Reagan. Duke, the designated home run man last year. 4 catches all he had, but he averaged 29.5 yards.
Well, this is zone coverage. Everybody trying to find a zone, and you'll see Duke just break in front. The defensive safety cannot give that much room. You just can't let a man come down and run 15, 18 yards and do a curl in, and you'd be 5, 6 yards behind him.
That connection good for 18. And Gardere spotting some room, not all that much. Up to the 45. Mark D'Onofrio, 38 for the tackle. He's supposed to be a starter for Penn State at linebacker. He was demoted not to the 2nd team, to the 3rd team. They call that a motivational demotion for D'Onofrio. Maybe he got the message. He had 11 sacks last year. They lost Andre Collins at linebacker. He was a draft pick of the Washington Redskins. D'Onofrio, they projected to be what Collins was to them last year. Giannetti moving quite a bit in this game. They may have caught him again.
Oh, boy, what a good play by Todd Smith. As a center, when you're down there and you're over top of that ball, you have got to see movement. And when you see one of those defensive linemen jump into the neutral zone, you don't just wait for the snap count. You automatically snap it. Now, Gardere, the problem that he has is that he's not ready for it, and he bobbled the snap again. But heads-up move there by Todd Smith to get the free 5 yards. Gardere was lucky to hold on to that ball when it came up. But you got to guess right if you're the center.
Todd Smith, a former walk-on defensive end. They have turned him into a very solid center as his senior year unfolds. After the mark-off, 2nd and 3. And Adrian Walker looks to have the yardage needed to the 45 of Penn State. Lou Benfatti, the right defensive tackle, made the tackle. Walker got 4 and the first.
You know, we talked about play selection, and they signal the plays in. You can see there Gardere looking to the sideline to figure out what the play is. They signal them in from the sideline. He has more leeway to call audibles if he sees a defense stacked against his play. There's an audible.
There's one right here. And he calls on Walker again. Bad footing has hurt both teams. And Walker slides trying to cut this time.
Well, you just get so used to running on AstroTurf all the time. Now, I know that Texas, of course, practices on grass some, but you know they practice a lot on AstroTurf also because they play almost all their games. But you have just got to run differently. In 1 or 2 practices, what happens is you fall back in those same habits that you've done so long.
I want to pursue that. How do you teach yourself to run differently?
All right, we'll talk about it.
2nd and 9. And again, Giannetti very close to being offsides. Gardere down, blasted by Giannetti. Back at the 48-yard line. So the extra 1/10 of a second or so he gained by the quick start pays off this time.
I thought Gardere bailed out of the pocket a little bit early that time. You've got to have confidence in those offensive linemen. They were pushing those big defensive linemen around, and you've got to step up in that pocket. Gardere was thinking run along very quickly on that play.
Loss of 5. Horns have had a lot of 3rd and long opportunities in this drive. They need 14. And it's Derek Duke again, and he's got another first down. The ball loose. Lions say they have it at the 36, and they do. We've already seen Willie Thomas save a touchdown by knocking it out of Cash's hands, and he causes the fumble here.
Well, watch this play. Coaches also teach you to tackle the football. Now, as a receiver, you got to put it away. But see, watch this. Rip the ball out. You see the ball ripped out there? That's what they teach defensive backs. They teach them to rip the ball out. That's an excellent picture of exactly what coaches teach you. Pull that ball out of that wide receiver's hands. As a receiver, you got to put it away.
It would have been a first down. Duke had 14 yards before he dropped it. Here's Thompson, and this play also whistled dead.
Illegal motion. It's one of the few whistles that can stop it before the play gets started.
Both teams a little mistake prone early. Not that unusual for an opening regular season game, but Paterno, of course, doesn't want to see that continue very often. Tony Sacca, 3 of 6 for 61 yards and an interception by Garza. And Paterno really going back and forth at quarterback in Sacca's first 2 years. He didn't start the last 3 games. Some people wondered that might have shattered his confidence when Paterno went with Tom Bill. Obviously not. Sacca regains number 1 for this year. Thompson on the draw. Turns it up. Curl chases him down and might have prevented a first down.
Again, this is a misdirection play. What you do is you fake. The back actually turns as if he's going to run to his right. He turns to try to draw the line, but watch the back. See, they turn like they're going to the right, then they come back along the line to the left. They pick up those big linemen. They were fortunate this play didn't go a lot farther. He lost his footing on the sideline again.
He got 12. They need 2 on second down. And this is the designated short yardage man, Brian O'Neill, backup fullback, tackled by Oscar Giles. O'Neill last year led the fullbacks, averaging 4.6 yards per carry. He's from the same high school in Cincinnati as Roger Staubach, Purcell High.
That's a nice specialty to have. Be able to pick up that first down. It's nice to be able to call on somebody like that you know you have confidence it's going to get it.
He's back out. Gash is slot right. Thompson slips. He's got a history of that. Not only Longhorns struggle on the grass field, but the other guy is a senior. Still hasn't quite figured out how to make the cuts. Jeff Higgins, left defensive end, covered him up.
Well, you know, we talk about how big the special teams are. Pittsburgh just blocked a punt of Boston College to score a safety, 5-3. Looks like a baseball score.
Still first quarter at Pitt. Thompson 6 carries now for 26 yards. 2nd and 10. Sacca just in time, going deep, overthrown. Intended for Daniels with Berry on the coverage, and of course the fans want a flag. It won't fly.
Well, anytime a wide receiver goes down and there's a tangle up, they want the interference. But Berry was not playing the man. He was really playing the ball itself. They did tangle. We may see it in the tail end here, but that's really incidental contact. I think the referee may have ruled that the ball was uncatchable also. It was beyond him.
Sacca didn't put enough arc, not enough air underneath that thing.
You want to lay it out there and let him run underneath it.
Now Willie Mack Garza at the top of your screen in on a 3rd and a long 10. Flag down. And incomplete. It would not have been enough for the first. Now the Horns just hope the penalty's not on them.
I thought the offensive end, the split end here on the lower side of our screen, I thought he jumped off sides. I thought he left about a 10th early. It's illegal motion. That's what it is.
Are you ever wrong?
Well, yes.
When was the last time?
No, come on now. Well, you know, as a defensive player, you scan the field, and I do my analysis just like I'm a defensive player, and you see movement. That's what defensive players are taught to react on, movement.
They will punt it away on 4th down up near midfield. Doug Helkowski, 7th best career average in Penn State history, about 39 yards per punt in his career. This is his first punt today, and Grady Cavness is back at the 10 for Texas. 2-step drop, and Helkowski with the roll into the end zone, luckily for Cavness and the Horns.
That could have been disaster had that ball not bounced in the end zone.
51 yards on the boot. 8:57 in the second quarter. Still 7-3 Lions.
There's something new coming to you from Budweiser. Something completely new. It's completely different and completely refreshing. Introducing Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste and dry brewed for no aftertaste. So if you're looking for smooth draft taste and no aftertaste, try Bud Dry.
Until recently, my job was a nice job. I made sure everyone in our company understood our insurance benefits package, especially me. But then they started to make all these new rules and regulations. Do you know what COBRA is? Let me tell you, it's not a reptile. And Section 89? No. I still haven't found anyone to explain that one. Oh, and then there's this thing called Tefra. It's funny. I used to think that was a shampoo.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Well, opening game or no opening game, no coach likes to see a game that has been dictated by mistakes, and really that's what has happened in the first quarter and a half or so of this one.
Well, it all depends which side of the ball you're on. Now, if you're Penn State, you say it wasn't a mistake, we just blocked well. If you're Texas, you say we made a mistake. But you're right, a game is determined by 5 or 6 big plays, and most often those are mistakes that one team makes over the other team.
Penn State penalty prone. They've been able to make up for it. And Lamell Foreman is into the game as a sophomore from Del City, Oklahoma. The carry by Phil Brown and the tackle by Mark Fleiss with another flag down.
Well, you remember I said that you have to mix up that snap count to keep those defensive linemen from just running down your throat. And that's what Gardere is doing that time. You can see the emphasis on his head when he comes up there. When he really shouts, quarterbacks, they start bobbing their head. And you just, what happens is a lineman, you just become geared to going on that second count. That's a heads-up play by a young quarterback to mix that snap count up, draw those defensive linemen offside. If it doesn't draw them offside, Dave, what it has a tendency to do is slow them down, because the coach, when they get to the sideline, the coach is yelling at them so much that they want to make sure that they stay inside.
Tony James with a 71-yard punt return for a touchdown to put Mississippi State up in that game. And Brown driven back by Goganis. Dave, early on, we were seeing some big gainers for Texas. What adjustments has Penn State made to cut them back a little bit?
Well, one of the things, the misdirection plays don't work well. This is misdirection. In other words, what happens is they are getting so much penetration. You see them coming in there. That's Fusetti coming in there, 23. Defense is coming off the ball so quickly that misdirection plays often don't work. Misdirection works against teams that over-pursue. But teams that get penetration, your best just to blast them right out. Just go straight at them.
Gardere with another audible on 2nd and 5. Going deep, overthrows Johnny Walker, who had a couple of steps on Greg Fusetti. That's a pass like we saw Saka throw incomplete, where Gardere doesn't quite hang it up high enough, and his numbers leaving something to be desired here in the first half.
Yeah, that's a timing play, and what you're trying to do is you're trying to get an advantage. Your receiver looks back at the ball. The defensive back has his back to the ball and can't take the chance to look back.
Now, having said that, good recognition by a young sophomore to change the play to that call once he sees Walker one-on-one. 3rd and 5. First down at the 35. Keith Cash.
Boy, I'll tell you one thing. Now, the defensive back, Humphreys, might have stolen that ball on the way down. It looked like Humphreys came up with the ball, but good play by Keith Cash. We talked about his size, 6'4", 215 pounds. He's a big target. He makes just a plant. This is an out pattern. Plant. The ball is right there. Now, watch the tail end of that. You can see that, well, no, he did come down all the way with the ball, but all the way. Ouch. That's a little slap on the side of the jaw.
Mark Fleiss almost could have been called for face masking. 10-yard completion, first down. Brown out of the tackle. And now all the Horned backs can worry about is not losing yardage.
Yeah. What they need to do is make a little bit of an adjustment, the Longhorns do, and attack a little bit straighter on. When you start running those wide plays, you let those linebackers come through the line, and they're disrupting the patterns. I think Texas would be a little bit better right now because they've had success attacking straight on.
Walker and Keith Cash both wide right. 7-3 Lions midway, 2nd quarter. Brown trying to go north-south this time.
See, that's a late developing play again.
Well, again, Todd Berger at nose tackle. He had 2 injuries at that position. Jim Dieter and Eric Renke were 1-2. Berger seeing most of the playing time and making the most of it. Gain of 1. This will be 3rd and 7. Texas also a little bit predictable this drive, running first and second down, having to throw for long yardage on third down. On the option keeper, Gardere nowhere near what he needed.
Again, we see another slip by Gardere coming down the line. It's just something. And again, we talked about the slips on the grass, Dave. What happens is on AstroTurf, you get such great footing. You can see Gardere shaking his head. He knew he slipped. But you get such great traction that you can make cuts. We watched all the players in the Southwest Conference and over the years make tremendous cuts. You cannot play the same type of a game on natural surface. It just doesn't have that traction.
Waits with the win for the first time, but only a 3.2 hang time. Again gets a great roll down to the 7-yard line. And Alex Waits goes for 57 yards this time. 5:32 first half, 7-3 Penn State here on Raycom.
I think I'm in love.
Who now?
That goddess on the raft.
Out of your league.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Watch and learn.
May I have a towel? Richard?
Never underestimate the doctor.
Hi, excuse me. Are you French? You look French. I love French food.
There's something new coming to you from Budweiser. And if the label turns your head, wait till you taste it. New Bud Dry. The first beer cold filtered for smooth draft taste and dry brewed for no aftertaste. So if you're looking for smooth taste with no aftertaste, turn here. Try Bud Dry.
Use your imagination just a little bit. Mount Nittany. Dave, why do they call it Mount Nittany?
Well, that mountain in the background is called Mount Nittany. Of course, it's the home of the Nittany Lions. And they say that is a crouching lion, a poised lion, I guess you would say. Poised to attack.
Okay.
I may go for that. This is the first time, really, that I've seen Penn State, I think, in this first half, have bad field position. The defense that Texas has had them back.
Texas defense, if they can get a turnover here, can turn the game around. Saka from the 7, draw play, Thompson for 3. Anthony Curl, very active in the first half, along with Oscar Giles for the tackle. Thompson with 184 yards. That's the top number for any returning rusher for the Lions this year. He wants to be you someday. He wants to go into broadcasting.
Let me have it just a few more years. Oh, he's not as big as I am. He's only 5'10", 207 pounds. I was that when I was about 10.
Well, your son was that when he was born. Gary Brown for a loss. James Patton and Tommy Jeter got the quick penetration this time.
You know, there's a great story about Tommy Jeter when he came to visit Penn State. He landed out here as one of the colleges he visited. The plane crashed on the way. The landing gear didn't come down, and he had a crash landing. He may have determined, said, I don't believe I quite want to go there.
Maybe a message to stay home. I think that's how he interpreted it.
This is great penetration.
A long 9.5 needed on third down, and Saka out of his own end zone for the first down. Harry Smith making the grab in front of Garza.
Boy, did you see how far he rolled on this play? If you lose containment, we talked about this earlier, you don't make a roll-up quarterback, a roll-out quarterback pull up. He just keeps on running out here, and all of a sudden he puts the pressure on whether I'm going to run or whether I'm going to pass. You just cannot do that.
You saw the huge gap Garza gave him. He went for 15 in the first, and now they're out of the hole up to the 23. But again, the Texas run defense rising to the occasion. James Patton with the first hit on Thompson. Patton, who has started 7 games in his first 2 years. They compare him to Steve McMichael. You really can't get higher praise if you're a Texas defensive lineman.
That's pretty good company to be compared to.
Junior from League City dropped Thompson for a loss of 1. Starting to get late in the first half, 3:40 to go. Saka still with it. Terry Smith to the Texas 46 before Garza ran him down. They again work on Willie Mack Garza with the senior from Monroeville, Pennsylvania.
As this starts, watch the time that Saka has to stand back here. Now he just stands, plants, and finds his wide receiver out here. And nice look off by the wide receiver not to look back at the ball and let the defensive back know the ball was coming. That's just an excellent play.
The Lions have struggled on the little plays, but they've made all the big plays in this game. Offensively.
Yeah, they're connected on them.
Gary Brown hit by Jeter and Giles, the right side of that Texas defensive line, and a man down for Penn State. Dave Brzezinchek, the left guard. Number 55. Gain of 2, 2nd and 8. As we get down to the 3-minute mark in the first half, Saka. Quick give, Brown again, 2 of 3 more to the 42. And again, Patton, Todd Hunt, and Anthony Curl.
Great line play. Great line play inside there. The linemen, they are evenly matched. The defensive front and the offensive front of Penn State, of course, Texas, they are evenly matched in there. What happens when you get a mismatch, you get that big bursting hole where they blow through and pick up 12, 15 yards, but you're not seeing that by either team because they're evenly matched. Each team is, of course, playing their best out here.
Well, another big 3rd down. And Giles got Saka from behind. We'll see if they rule that a pass or a fumble. Boone Powell picked it up, and they say Texas ball. The ball was fumbled by Saka.
I think when he was tackled, whoever tackled him hit his arm. That was Powell, wasn't it?
Oscar Giles with the hit, and Powell is going to get the fumble recovery here as Giles blindsides Saka.
Yeah, there it is. See, Giles actually hit the ball forward. Now, that brings up the interesting rule about the fumble rule that's new in college today. The fumble that occurs behind the line of scrimmage, you cannot advance. The one that happens in front of the line of scrimmage, of course, you can advance.
The Horn defense with a big takeaway. 2:10 to play in the first half.
It's ever so tough being ranked number 1 and not being rank. What assists me is the maximum protection and aromatically airy sense of Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Was that? Watercolor.
In civilized society, any groovy lapse can result in a mortar-time loss of station. But with Right Guard Sports Stick, one gets maximum protection. Well, off to the foxes. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less will be uncivilized.
Dave, you can see there the crowd, but they're having an exciting time with 2:10 left. But we talked about the line surge. Let's watch Oscar Giles, 95 on the bottom. He just uses that speed to go right around. But look at the penetration by Texas. There are 4 or 5 white shirts back in there. They had collapsed the pocket. That is the result. That's why the result of the fumble was so important, is that they were getting great line surge.
Giles beating Rick Sales, attempted block from tight end, so the Horns take over at the 47. Keith Cash went in motion. Gardere looking upfield, and he has Walker. Might have a first down. Very close at the 43. Run out of bounds by Darren Perry, and that stops the clock with 2:04 in the first half. And what a huge thing it would be for Texas to go in with a halftime lead. They got time.
They need that confidence. I think two things really happened, and they're important coaching things. The first thing is that Texas, when they had that big return, did not lose their composure. They have come out, they played very well. They have played at least even with Penn State in this first half after that big break, or that big play, I should say.
Giannetti got caught again offsides, but Gardere has a man at the 18-yard line, Chris Samuels. And if it is again offsides on Giannetti, the Horns will take the catch by Samuels, the senior from Converse Judson near San Antonio.
Oh, easily.
They do decline the penalty. First down.
Watch this play now. Watch right here. There's the motion in front. He jumps in neutral zone. Now he's just not going to rush the passer. Now watch this heads-up play by Gardere. He knows, he saw the flex, he saw the jump. Now he knows it's a free play. And look at Samuels. He's just standing out there in the wide open. That's a real heads-up play.
You also saw a good shot of Samuels in the right upper corner of your screen waving to get Gardere's attention. Now Gardere with the timeout. This is the first taken by Texas. They'll have two more. Stops the clock, 1:41 to go.
See, when a quarterback sees that situation, Dave, he has got to realize that, and Gardere did on that play, that this is a free down. Even if I throw an interception, I'm going to get it back so I can gamble.
Correction on that score from Pitt. It is 12-0. No field goal, as we were first told by Boston College, and Pitt adding a touchdown after their safety. They did lead 5-0. 10-7. The Volunteers answer back after the long punt return by Tony James for the touchdown, 71 yards for Mississippi State. Stay with us for halftime. We'll watch the Penn State Big Blue Marching Band. We will meet this week's GTE Classroom Champion as well as the Southwest Conference Player of the Week, and we'll recap the first half with highlights and statistics. All this and more coming up at halftime, so stay with us. Huge opportunity for Texas. 1st and 10, the Lion 18 and a minute 41 to go. Gardere for everything and broken up by Leonard Humphreys. Underthrown for Keith Cash.
Boy, Cash goes back saying, throw that ball up. He had broken around Humphreys, and he was wide open in the corner of the end zone, the front corner. Watch this. You want to lay that ball up because Cash has got that great height advantage. There's the tip. Now watch Cash. Almost comes up with it. Again, let's watch Keith Cash on this play. He just does an out pattern. Now this is a ball where you have to use his advantage, and that's his height.
Ideally, he catches that over his shoulder about 8 yards deep in the end zone.
Absolutely.
Here comes the rush. Samuels to the 14, where it will be a 3rd and long for Texas. And they will use their second timeout with a minute 21 to go.
This is a good call by David McWilliams and his staff. What you want to do in this situation, it's no earthly good whatsoever to take those timeouts into the halftime with you and not use them. You call timeout here, you let all your players get a nice breath, you come over and discuss what you want to do with your quarterback, because you don't want to make a mistake.
Remember what we said Texas must do, not put the defense in bad field position. Well, an opening kickoff did that. So the special teams, although they did block a field goal, have struggled. That's why Penn State has their touchdown. The old Gardere on this drive, except for the incompletion to Cash, that's really what we've seen.
All right. It's a poised Texas team. It's much better. They have one more timeout, which they may use if they have to go into a field goal position. But with a minute 21 and 3rd down, if they don't make first down, they're going to run the clock as long as they can.
Yes, Lynn Amity, the Texas offensive coordinator yesterday, is Gardere now reading your mind? Are you completely in sync? He said he's getting there. He says for a sophomore, he's much, much farther along than you would expect him to be. 3rd and 6. Texas needs the Lion 8-yard line. And he wants Cash. Not there. Incomplete. With Leonard Humphreys again on the coverage, it looked catchable, even though it was a bit low and a bit behind Cash.
No, I think this is a ball that Cash could have come up with. It's a difficult catch because he has to circle around the defensive back, but watch right here. He just has got the plant to come back in. Oh, boy, that ball went through his hands. That's a very catchable football.
He's been close to 2. So Mark Murdoch will hold for Michael Pollock. 30-yard attempt to bring Texas within 1. And maybe all the worries about the lack of experience at kicker unfounded. Pollock 2 for 2, and it's 7-6. Gardere thinking about what might have been.
Well, you don't want to come down. First and foremost, you don't want to come down and not get anything, especially when your defense is just giving you a big play. So you've got to get something. And they've been fortunate enough to score a field goal on that drive, but you really have got to come up with a touchdown. He had 2 very catchable footballs. The one that Gardere should have lofted a little bit more. He should have caught it in the back of the end zone. Then the second one there, that's a very catchable football also.
Scoring drive for Texas went 6 plays and 40 yards in just under a minute. And officially 29 yards on the Pollock field goal. Now with 1:12 remaining in the half. Obviously, Penn State wants the best return possible. They normally would be going into a win, but the win has really died. It's not much of a factor at all.
Well, if you're Texas in this situation, you want to say, hey, we played a great football game the first half of this football game, and we want to go in with, we don't mind going down 7-6. If you're Penn State, you say, hey, we need one play to break it wide open. That man right there can do it. He showed it in the first half. But what you want to do is you want to get in at least good field scoring position. You've got a lot of time with 1:12. Unfortunately, they only have 1 timeout there.
Very good high kick deep by Pollock. Brown from the 4 turns it up with the flag down. Winfred Tubbs again runs him down at the 45-yard line. Tubbs, a fullback as a freshman, and this one's coming back. Penn State will be called for clipping.
Boy, oh boy, that's a disappointed young man there. But they would have had fabulous field position at midfield with 1:05 left. That would have been, they could have driven in actually for a touchdown. But now they're going to bring that ball back, and it's going to be inside the 20. So now you look for them just to run the clock out and go in at halftime leading 7-6. Look at Joe Paterno saying, now wait a minute. He was questioning, of course, the flag. Now, if you're Texas in this situation and you had your timeouts, it'd be great. However, I believe they only have 1 timeout left.
The officiating crew, led by Shepard, the referee. They mark that half the distance to the goal from the 17-yard line. Mark Berry out with the sprained thumb for Texas. Normally their left cornerback, and they're not sure whether he will return. That's why Willie Mack Garza getting a lot of action.
What you want to do in this situation, it's going to be a run. If it's a run, you call timeout right away. If it's a pass and it's incomplete, it stops the clock. I wouldn't look for many passes in this situation.
Not here. Thompson wrapped up by Dranette, knee high, and then Giles got him up around the helmet after a pickup of 3. Other scores. Hence, Pittsburgh adding a field goal to their lead, now 15-0, 17-7. Tennessee scoring again at Starkville.
And at Tennessee, Tony Thompson's got 2 runs, 169. I think the other one's 70-something yards. 80.
Horned Frogs scoreless at Columbia, Missouri in the first quarter. 34 seconds. Sam Gash might have gotten the original line. Kevin Watler, a freshman, backing up Anthony Curl at linebacker, along with Giles, the tackle, and Penn State not of a mind to stop the clock. Texas has 1 timeout also, but if they call the time, Penn State runs another play, and then fourth down, they run 1 more, and the half is over.
And speaking of the half being over, the half is just about, now it's
not over till it's over, and now it is over. Well, the clock stuck on 1 second, but officially we're done with the first half here at Beaver Stadium in University Park, Pennsylvania. Penn State with the huge opening kick return and a 2-yard touchdown, and a couple of Michael Pollock field goals for Texas. Back after these messages from your local station. This is the Raycom Sports and Entertainment Network.
Why does a man have to do what a man has to do?
2, 3, 4.
Try Bud Dry. Cold filtered for smooth draft taste. Dry brewed for no aftertaste. Refreshing proof that men still know what they're doing.
It's 90 model closeout sale time at your Central Texas Chevy dealers. Right now, you'll save on every remaining 1990 model car and truck in stock. Save on Chevy's full-size pickup, the hardest working, best looking, #1 selling pickup in Texas. Plus, save even more with up to $600 cash back or GMAC financing as low as 7.9%. And register to win 2 tickets to the Dallas Cowboys home game with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Don't miss the 90 model closeout sale going on now at your Central Texas Chevy dealers.
Today's game is being brought to you by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company. By Citgo Petroleum. By Option, gray coverage for men. And by Bud Dry. Back at Beaver Stadium, 7-6 Penn State at halftime. Dave Barnett along with Dave Rowe and the Blue Band of Penn State ready to entertain down on the field.
In 1984, an alumnus remembered Penn State with an endowment of over $5 million, beginning the Homer Braddock Scholarships. This legacy is producing some of the country's foremost graduates in science. These are the first. They are the beginning of a line of Braddock Scholars that will reach far into the future. From the past, Homer Braddock remembered Penn State. Today, this generation begins to say thank you.
Hey, Rizzucci, look a little pale. Maybe he needs a doctor or something. Maybe I do.
a new one for you by Baby Girl.
It only takes a second for an accident to happen. Be a safe driver. Don't wreck your life.
One day there was just too much gray. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? I didn't. I was afraid it might look phony. I wanted natural-looking color, and I wanted to do it right, with no pouring and mixing. Nobody else could give me what I wanted until Clairol Option Instant for Men. I figured if it's from Clairol, I could trust it. I could. I went from gray to my natural-looking color in 5 easy minutes. My hair looks great, feels great. When I look in the mirror, I don't see gray. I see me.
Do it right with Option, also in gradual formula.
It looked like another boring month. He was going to rearrange his sock drawer. She thought they'd fix the cap. Then they discovered Southwest Airlines fun fairs. Soon they were jetting away to all sorts of exciting cities, seeing things their mothers had warned them about, eating food they couldn't pronounce, laughing out loud for no apparent reason. Southwest Airlines fun fairs. They're available now.
And we'll have fun, 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 flying Southwest on a fun fair today.
The heart of a great university is its library, an essential resource for pursuing knowledge and exploring ideas. The University of Texas at Austin has the nation's 6th largest academic library, an astounding quantity of materials that is matched by its quality and diversity. From the latest scientific information to the earliest printed books, the university's library, a reflection of our civilization, a foundation for learning in the information age.
Back again at Beaver Stadium, University Park, Pennsylvania. Halftime score, the Nittany Lions 7-6 over the Texas Longhorns. Dave Barnett along with Dave Rowe again. Ifs and buts were not supposed to be part of the Texas season 1990. They got a couple major ifs and plays they wish they had back, and they might very well.
The other thing happened, right? And the first one, of course, set the tone for the game, and that was that unbelievable kickoff, 95 yards. Catches it on about the 5-yard line, and he never breaks stride.
Gary Brown right up the middle. Texas kick return and kick coverage teams featuring a lot of first-teamers, but Gary Brown had no trouble turning this one up, and Winfred Tubbs is going to chase him down inside the 5-yard line at the 3. 3 plays later, Penn State ran it in, and then Texas had a chance for the tie as they went to Kerry Cash at the goal line.
And this play, he has to come down with possession and both feet down. He catches the ball into his chest. Now, what you want to do is catch the ball, of course, away from your body, but he doesn't have control. That could have gone just about either way, but that was a big, one of those big butts.
Willie Thomas knocking it out of his hands. 7-3 late in the first half, and Michael Pollock from 29 yards out gets the Horns within 1.
And that again was the tail end of a big turnover, that fumble turnover, when Giles tackled the quarterback and gave him great field position.
If you're McWilliams now, as you look to the second half, are you just thinking just no more mistakes and we're okay?
I think that's exactly what he's thinking. I'm thinking he's saying to his team right now, we've got good momentum. We've played a good Penn State team, and we really should be ahead. They should be ahead at least 14 to maybe 7, 14 to maybe 3, he's saying. But they should be ahead.
Well, they're not, but they're close. 7-6 when we return to Happy Valley here on Raycom. The Southwest Conference Player of the Week is Trevor Cobb of Rice. The sophomore running back rushed for 175 yards and scored 2 TDs in the Owls' season-opening victory against Wake Forest. He also caught 5 passes for another 72 yards and averaged more than 10 yards each time he touched the football. Trevor Cobb of Rice, the Southwest Conference Player of the Week.
Great players and great teams are a big part of the 76-year tradition of the Southwest Conference. In 1989, Andre Ware became the Southwest Conference's 5th Heisman Trophy winner. And 4 teams finished among the nation's top 20.
And I think it has contributed so much to the state of Texas and to the United States of America. And I think it's going to be a great conference for years to come.
The Southwest Conference, home to your heroes.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has one of the best on-time records in the country.
Mr. Smith, you're early.
Just something to remember. Southwest Airlines.
We've owned this business for 12 years now. Rick's the numbers guy and Pete's ideas.
He keeps us from killing each other.
Well, somebody's got to. And we never really thought much about how much we depended on each other.
No, until what happened to Joe last month.
That really threw us for a loop.
Could have been gone just like that.
And then where would we be?
Well, I could have had his office.
And I could have had his parking place.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, but of course.
You know what? You don't mean that, right?
We can split up his plan.
Guys,
right,
you just talk.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Hey, Rizzucci, looking a little pale. Maybe he needs a doctor or something. Maybe I do. What happened? Hey, don't look at me.
Let me get this straight. You're Jim? Yeah, people mix us up a lot. I'm John. He's Jim. Mr. Three-Point Shooter used to miss 3 points on his face till I got him to shave with a Slim Twin disposable. I'm John. It has a narrow head, just like our little brother Mike. So you can shave, hard to reach places. It's got a special bar to keep the blades clean. I thought he was John.
The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Who are you?
I'm the guy with the narrow head.
From Schick.
Raycom Sports, your source for great sports action. Coast to coast, the best games are on Raycom.
Here's today's Budweiser Top 10 report, and it's a brief report. First in the country as of last year, and of course starting this year, Miami. At number 16, BYU. That's going to be a lot of balls in the air. Number 2, Notre Dame is off. They open against Michigan.
Of course, Cal State taking on Auburn. That's tonight's game, and the same thing with Florida State and East Carolina, ECU.
Michigan off till Notre Dame. Colorado will play Texas after they play Illinois.
USC is idle. They take on Penn State next week, and Tennessee and the Tennessee-Mississippi State game. We talked about the 2 long runs by Tony Thompson.
Good matchup earlier. Clemson and Virginia, or later I should say, in Northern Illinois against number 10 Nebraska. A narrow winner over Baylor last week. Here's 7-6 Penn State.
Classroom Champion is presented by GTE.
It's really easy to get caught up in all the hoopla of football because you're over there for 5 or 6 hours a day. 80,000 people come to watch you play a game, and you're 18 or 19 years old, and your name's in the paper, your pictures in magazines, and it's real easy to get caught up in that and think that, you know, everything's going to take care of itself. But you've really got to go out and just bite the bullet and do your studying and take care of business yourself, because there's really no one that's going to do it for you.
University of Texas quarterback Mark Murdoch is working hard to succeed both in the classroom and on the football field.
Even though a lot of people haven't had an opportunity to go through having to balance that, I think people respect the fact that it's difficult to practice for 2 or 3 hours a day, go through meetings, and then go home and study. I want to be recognized as a good football player, but I really like to be recognized as somebody who takes care of their business.
Hey, Roy. I want to try this 3-way calling I just got. Stay on the line. I'm going to call Leon.
Haven't heard from Leon in years.
Leon, remember Roy?
That deadbeat, he still owes me 20 bucks. If I read his obituary, I'm going to track down his next of kin and get my money.
I'll read your obit before you read mine.
Roy?
3-way calling, one of GTE's smart call services. A great way to get together.
I'm charging you interest.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. You can't say Southwest Airlines doesn't have convenient flight schedules for business people.
Southwest Airlines doesn't have
What'd I tell you? Southwest Airlines.
I'm Mike, Paxton brother nobody knows.
Who's that guy?
I'm Mike. We all shave with the same razor, Slim Twin Disposable.
Slim Twin.
Slim Twin.
It's got a narrow head.
Like Mike.
I'm Mike.
Yeah, so you can shave hard to reach places.
Men prefer the Schick Slim Twin over Good News. The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Guys?
No autograph.
Heard.
From Schick.
Driving after a few drinks is crazy. Be a safe driver. Don't wreck your life.
Raycom Sports, your source for great sports action. An entire season of hard-hitting, big-play college football is kicked off with the new Disneyland Pigskin Classic and will conclude with college football's newest postseason bowl game, the Sunshine Football Classic, plus exciting NFL preseason coverage. And no one keeps their eye on the ball like Raycom's complete coverage of the best college basketball in the nation. Nobody does it better. Coast to coast, the best games are on Raycom.
Back again at Beaver Stadium. Dave Barnett and Dave Rose, 7-6 as we get ready for the start of the second half. The Lions back on the field. From the outset today, we figured that they had to come of age quickly. They had to replace Blair Thomas and control the ball. What's their report card through one?
Well, I think they have come of age. They played well. They haven't played with a lot of consistency. Blair Thomas replacement, that's going to take a little while. I think that's up in the air. But they have controlled the ball. They did give up that one penalty, which led to another field goal. But they played very, very well.
And Texas, within a point. Well, number one, of course, was the very first mistake they made on the opening kick.
Yeah, not put your defense in bad field position. That was a terrible blow to start. To improve the special teams, I think that is somewhat up in the air, although they've gotten two good, solid field goals and have the old Gardere. He has played in spots well.
We will be ready for the start of the second half when we return in a moment.
It looked like another boring month. He was going to rearrange his sock drawer. She thought they'd fix the cap. Then they discovered Southwest Airlines fun fairs. Soon they were jetting away to all sorts of exciting cities, seeing things their mothers had warned them about, eating food they couldn't pronounce, laughing out loud for no apparent reason. Southwest Airlines fun fairs. They're available now.
And we'll have fun, flying Southwest on a fun fair today.
I can't wait till I retire. You know why? I'm going to Africa. There's this one small area there where the lions sleep in the trees. You know why? To get away from this tiny ant. Gets in their fur, drives them wild. So they sleep in the trees. When I retire, I really want to see that. Then they've got these gazelles. Leap 30 feet at a time. You know why? Lions get hungry.
Jefferson Pilot Insurance and Financial Services.
I'm Mike, Paxton brother nobody knows.
Who's that guy?
I'm Mike. We all shave with the same razor, Slim Twin Disposable.
Slim Twin.
Slim Twin.
It's got a narrow head.
Like Mike.
I'm Mike.
Yeah, so you can shave hard to reach places.
Men prefer the Schick Slim Twin over Good News. The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Guys?
No autograph.
Heard.
From Schick.
Today's game is being brought to you by Schick. By the Texas State Department of Highways. By Buick. And by Coors. Back again, University Park, Pennsylvania, where we're about ready for the start of the second half. Penn State on top 7-6. Their points coming on their only 3 plays they needed after a big 95-yard kick return. They will kick off to start this half. Adrian Walker and also Chris Samuels back awaiting the kick, or Grady Cavness it is, back awaiting the kick of Craig Fayad. And it will be Walker from the 7. Straight up the middle, got a big block, and now it's a foot race, and Fayad slows him down, but he's still going to the 20. Thomas with an angle to the 6-yard line. Adrian Walker with the opening kick of the second half.
I was just going to say, don't you think Texas would like to have an opening kickoff in their half as Penn State had in theirs, and it is almost matched. This is what happens on a kick. Let me explain one quick thing. When you watch that receiver take the ball and run with it, if he does not break stride, he usually breaks a long one because he sees the hole. Now watch right here on this play. You're going to see Walker, when he doesn't break stride, see, he never slows down. He doesn't have to run around blocks. Boom, just explodes through the hole. Now right here, now this is where he tries to set up the kicker right here, and of course he gets him slowed down. But it's almost a carbon copy to our opening kickoff.
88 yards. Willie Thomas saves his second touchdown for Penn State. From the 6-yard line, Chris Samuels is in for the Texas touchdown, and the Longhorns have the lead.
Dave, right here, there's a big decision being made whether you go for the 2 points or 1. I think they're going to call timeout to decide it. A big, big play. See, if they go for the 2 points, that makes it 14-7. And the 1 point really doesn't make a whole lot of difference to you. So you almost definitely want to go for 2 points. But they have to burn a timeout in this situation, and it's awfully early to do that.
Chris Samuels on the 1st and goal carry from 6 yards out. As you see, he lines up a tailback and gets a nice clearing block by Phil Brown.
Boy, he does. Look at Brown's block right there. Gosh, he just takes the corner out of there. Samuels plants, but Phil Brown's going to get a big plus on his blocking chart when he watches these films. That was an excellent block. Just a freshman redshirt.
And the Horns will go for 2.
See, what this forces Penn State, if they come back and score, to decide whether they want to play for the tie or go for the win. So it's a heads-up decision by David McWilliams and his staff.
Might look for the alley-oop pass. Keith Cash and Walker both to the right side, and Gardere rolls that way. Now the other way, he's got Kerry Cash if he can find it. And it's Keith Cash after all that, and the Horns do get the 2.
Boy, you don't often get the chance to come back. And there, look at Keith Cash. You think he's not excited about the play?
He took the shade off of his helmet this time.
I noticed that right off. Now watch right here. Really, Gardere does a great job avoiding right there a tackle and finds Cash. But you're right. In the first half, Keith Cash had that visor, that darkened visor on the front of his face mask. And this half, he does not. And he bobbled 2 in the first half.
We will be back after these messages from Southwest Airlines.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has one of the best on-time records in the country.
Mr. Smith, you're early.
Just something to remember. Southwest Airlines.
Let me get this straight. You're Jim?
Yeah, people mix us up a lot. I'm John. He's Jim. Mr. Three-point shooter used to miss 3 points on his face till I got him to shave with a Slim Twin disposable. I'm John.
It has a narrow head.
Just like our little brother Bucky. So you can shave hard-to-reach places.
He's got a special bar to keep his blades clean. I thought he was John.
The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Who are you?
I'm the guy with the narrow head.
From Schick.
Well, Peter Gardere with a great scramble, almost tackled by Eric Ravati. He found, as you saw, Keith Cash for the two-point conversion, but they had to use a timeout, and that was not part of their plan.
No, it wasn't. When Samuel scored on that touchdown, Bob Boyd almost immediately signaled two-point play, and then they had to burn a timeout. That timeout can really come back and cost you if you're trying to stop the clock late in the game.
It appeared as if it might have been already decided at halftime, if we score quick, go for two, and then maybe they forgot, got up to the line, then remembered, then the timeout, and it does pay off, but we will see if they need that extra timeout at any point in this game. 14-7 Texas. First lead of the afternoon and the season for the Horns. Gary Brown with another one. Stanley Richard this time, as again Penn State just rips into this Texas kick coverage team.
He's just not breaking stride. He's getting behind the wedge. I can tell you this, they are going to have some long afternoons on kick coverage because you just cannot allow. You've got to have somebody come down and break that wedge. And what Texas is doing is they're almost going around the wedge. They've got one man who's selling himself out, but that wedge is just roaring right up the middle.
That's really the only consistent thing that Penn State's had going today. The kick return team, 45 yards up to the 49-yard line. And Saka on the roll. Flushed out, finds the tight end Sales, but he threw it behind him. Boone Powell with good coverage over there, and it's incomplete.
Well, it was close to face guarding by Boone Powell. He put his arm up, and you can't put your arm up in the receiver's face. It was close to it. Of course, the official makes that decision.
Sales with one big play catch in the first half. Converted outside linebacker, very light for a tight end, only 205 pounds, but he is big, 6'5". Saka also 6'5". He's more of a linebacker size, 225. 2nd and 10. Pitch fumbled away. And the Horns immediately say they have the recovery. But doesn't look like they do.
Well, the first thing coaches teach those running backs is if you fumble it, you get on it.
Matt McCartan was at SMU when they were hit with the death penalty. This is where he ends up, the left tackle, number 64. In fact, his father was the publisher of the Dallas Times-Herald during the time that all the stories were coming out about problems at SMU and the subsequent death penalty. Sends him to Penn State, where he is their leading returning offensive lineman. They lose one, 3rd and 11. And Saka goes deep. Great stretching attempt by David Daniels. And they may be ruling that he had the catch and the ground caused him to drop it. Looks like they're going to give him the reception at the 27.
It looks like it now. This is going to be quite a discussion. Because in order to have possession, again, you have to have control of the ball and come down. Let's take a peek at this. Of course, he's stretched out.
Now they changed their mind.
Yeah, you have to have possession of the ball, which he has possession right there. But you have to come down with the control, and you can see there's the bobble, and the ball is clearly laying out. Look at Saka's reaction. Oh, boy.
Now, that tells you something. He saw the drop.
Yeah.
And then Daniels said, no, I had it. And then after Texas argued quite a bit, they changed their mind. And it goes as an incomplete pass.
Well, it's a lot like the Kerry Cash one where he didn't have both feet down.
Doug Helkowski will kick it away to Cavness back at his 11.
Tell you one thing, though, he did stretch out for it, didn't he? Well thrown.
They get the block. Van Malone got a piece of the punt, and it'll be out of bounds, and the Horns take over at their 38-yard line. Boy, what a mixed bag for the special teams.
Oh, boy. It's either been feast or famine on the special teams.
2 blocks, 2 long returns, and Malone gives Texas the good field position.
Excellent play that time by Malone. He's coming all the way from the outside on the play. So he's got a long way to come. He's the out man. He comes all the way along, and the punter really was slow on the play. He laid out in front of him and blocked the ball.
They moved Helkowski, the punter, from a 3 to a 2-step approach, but the 2 steps not quite quick enough that time. Slip handoff to Adrian Walker, spins out across the 40.
Adrian Walker, the ball carrier, brought down by Lou Benfati.
15-0 it remains at Pitt. The Panthers still shutting out Boston College, and after briefly trailing, Tennessee now rolling it up at halftime over Mississippi State. 6-0 Missouri leading TCU in the second quarter at Columbia. Walker got 3, 2nd and 7.
See, that's that quick hitting action, that play that just comes right up the middle. No misdirection, just fast hitting plays. They usually break.
And Samuels that time started his pattern. 1 count early.
This is one time that the quarterback can be offsides. Quarterback pulled out from under center before the snap.
Gardere and Samuels were going on 1 count, and the other 9 guys were on an entirely different count on this snap.
And now the coach will yell at you when you come to the sideline, concentrate. That's the one thing they say is concentrate. Know what your snap count is, take control. And that young man who's got to take control in that huddle, he's doing a good job. Every play he takes, he gets more seasoning.
On 2nd and 12, going deep, and this time it is caught by Keith Cash. He got rid of the visor. He's a new man in the second
I want to tell you, whatever that visor caused him in the first half, he is a new wide receiver out there. This is the Cash that we've seen before and has the ability. Watch this layout and concentration. Good block there to give Gardere the time, but look at the concentration. He comes down. See, he has control of it when he comes down. Here's the isolation. It's just a post pattern, one-on-one. Look at Cash just lay out there.
He's 6'4". Tyson Thomas, 5'8". Number 1 had no hope whatsoever of defending against that type of athletic ability.
And they tacked on a penalty also on the tail end of that play. There's Keith Cash. He's saying, now, if I had that visor, I wouldn't have gotten a finger in the eye, but...
Big play for the Horns, leading 14-7. And it is fumbled as they try the reverse. A huge loss back to the 41 for Mike Davis. Sophomore wide receiver with 4.3 speed. And they say he's about as fast as Tony Jones. They used to run that play for Tony Jones, but Davis could not hang on, and they lose 16 yards.
And that's one of those plays where you either look brilliant as a coach, or else if they don't execute it well, you look like you made a big mistake.
That was Lou Benfatti, the right defensive tackle. And it's 2nd and 27 to go. Gardere in trouble. And he is down.
He got a little nervous in the pocket that time and collapsed around him, and he was looking to get out. Now watch the feet of Gardere on this play. Now you want to have the confidence to step up, but watch the feet. Now there's no way you can throw the ball there. You see how quickly his feet are just kind of just jittering around? Quarterbacks have got to just have that composure where they just stay in that pocket and stay planted, knowing they're going to get hit.
Keith Goganis with the 4th Penn State sack of the day. They have cost the Horns 25 yards. Loss of 5 on this one. 3rd and 32. Adrian Walker. Well, to the 38-yard line, but the Horns have to think about what might have been after the great stretch and grab by Cash. Now, if they do decide to kick, it's an awfully long field goal attempt, and they won't. Alex Waits is going to punt it away.
Well, that would be a 55-yard kick, and that takes quite a leg, especially when you're leading. Now, what Waits wants to do is drop it into the corner, just get a nice little roll, and get it out of bounds. However,
he is not going to accomplish that. He averaged 50.3 yards in the first half. That's a 38-yarder, easily his shortest of the day. 10:34, third quarter, the Horns lead it.
Oh yeah, now it's the right bit now. It's the right bit now. So clean and pure, it's the right beer for sure. Come on, it's a Coors Light. It's the right beer now. Yeah. Yeah, you know what we gonna do. We gonna find
It only takes a second for an accident to happen. Be a safe driver. Don't wreck your life.
Texas 14-7, but they had a legitimate chance to go 21-7. Then they backed up. The big play was the loss on the end of the round by Mike Davis. First time he carries the ball or even touches the ball as a college football player. Starts the horns backwards. So Penn State taking over after the touchback. Saka still with the ball. Great fake, gonna run it. First down and more to his 36-yard line. His high school coach back in New Jersey said he'd do 6 different things wrong on a play, but he's such a great athlete, he'd then throw for a touchdown. He can make up for whatever he might lack in the overall ability.
I'll tell you what he does on the tail end of this impresses me too. Now, he knows he's going to get hit, but he wants to pick up every yard. He's putting the ball down. Now watch this. Put your head down and boom, deliver the blow.
Very deceptive speed for a guy his size. Clear that time by Gary Brown, the backup tailback, brought down by Todd Hunt and Tommy Jeter, the defensive tackles for Texas. What a day for Brown so far. 4 returns. Handled the ball a couple of times. 199 total yards, 186 of those on those 4 returns.
1 yard rushing. That doesn't tell the story, though. Boy, what a return he has had today. What a return day.
No gain on that one, 2nd and 10. Saka incomplete with Terry Smith covered by Grady Cavness, and they got a hit in the backfield on Saka. The fans, I think, wanting quarterback roughing call, but they don't get it.
I'll tell you, that may have been the steal of the day on Grady Cavness. I thought he interfered with him completely.
Well, they wanted 2 different calls.
They wanted interference on Terry Smith, with Terry Smith being guarded by Grady Cavness, but ball was overthrown and it's incomplete, and it goes back, and it's 3rd down and 10. An update on that score: 22-0 Pittsburgh over Boston College.
Numbers for Saka, that interception by Garza in the first half. 3rd and 10, incomplete. Intended for Daniels, and the coverage by Mark Berry, who sprained his thumb in the first half, but has returned, and Joe Paterno trying to get some offensive consistency.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. They are just not getting consistency. Even if he completes that pass, what Paterno is telling him right now, even if you complete that pass, it doesn't do any good. It's only for 7 yards. You're not going to get a first down. You've got to know what you need. You've got to be able to go downfield and get the proper yardage.
Horns went for the block, and they got close. Beautiful hang time, and Cavness knocked back near his 10-yard line. Darren Perry with the big special teams hit for the Nittany Lions, a 51-yard Doug Helkowski punt.
The organizers of a recent national sports event had a slight coordination problem. How to link 34 events in 6 different cities. So GTE designed and maintained a network that not only connected people to information, but made it possible for the competition to begin. You see, at GTE, it's not just communications we offer, it's solutions. Call us. We're ready.
Raycom Sports, your source for great sports action. Coast to coast, the best games are on Raycom.
Back again, 9:14 to play in the 3rd quarter. After the big opening kickoff return, you said if Texas can regain their composure, they're okay. You turned out to be, as usual, a prophet.
Well, they didn't panic. That was the big thing. They got that big play, and a lot of teams will just, it'll take all the air out of your sails and you just collapse. But Texas was able to gather their composure. Their offense came down under the leadership of Gardere, and they were able to drive, and they regained it. And they are really taking control of the momentum of this football game as it goes into the 3rd period here.
Phil Brown shows the shiftiness, pushes forward for about 5 yards. Todd Berger very busy today, and Mark D'Onofrio recovering from his third-team demotion earlier in the week for the tackle.
Yeah, we talked about this being linebacker U, and it certainly has been. 8 All-Americans, 36 NFL players as linebackers, and there's names that are not on that list. I think of Ralph Baker, of course, and Dennis Onconce, 2-time All-American, Dave Robinson, Shane Conlon. All of those went on to greatness in the NFL.
Brown again lost the ball. Now the Horns will argue that the ground caused the fumble, which it can't do. They may have recovered it anyway. Frank Giannetti down there along with Adrian Walker, and Walker prevents disaster for Texas.
Walker actually regains a second fumble because Penn State clearly fell on the ball but didn't gain control. Let's watch it here. This is going to be the fumble right in here. Boom, there's the ball coming loose. Now watch the Penn State player pounce on the ball, but he doesn't. Now watch this right here. He pounces on the ball, but they didn't gain control. What a big play for Adrian Walker to recover that one.
Gardere on the option keeper, away from Goganis, and he's got the first down. They tried that play just a couple of times. The first time it didn't work, and this time Gardere shows another ability of his.
Well, I bet it makes David McWilliams take a deep breath every time he watches Gardere run down the line and keep that ball and turn up and not pitch it, because he realizes what happened to his team last year. We talked about pre-Gardere when he was healthy and they went 3-1 or won 4 games in a row, I believe they did. Then all of a sudden when Gardere got hurt in Houston, their team just turned around and they had nothing going in the latter part.
Once again on the ground, Adrian Walker off left tackle, not much. After the conclusion of today's game, Dave and I will announce the Southwest Airlines player of the game. So please stay with us for that. 7:15 to go, third quarter.
Now, one thing that Texas has done, Dave, is that they are doing a lot more straight-off handoffs and letting their offensive linemen try to control and find the seam. They've gone to 2 tight ends a lot, and they've been able to find that seam. Not picking up big yardage, but helpful yardage.
2 tight ends this time. And on the misdirection, Walker only for a couple more. They set that up, hoping that Penn State would again be influenced, and they just weren't. Very smart in holding their position. Another tackle for D'Onofrio, and he was helped by Greg Fusetti, the right corner.
You don't get to the plateau that these teams play on by just having lucky games. These are very well-coached teams. Penn State they've got a legend in linebacking coaching here. Their linemen are all big linemen. They're well-schooled, as is Texas.
U.S. Open tennis, Andre Agassi over Boris Becker in the semifinal. 3rd and 6, Gardere sacked again. Rich McKenzie.
No place for Gardere to go. This is just beating him at the top, beat him inside. McKenzie just ran over top of Gardere. McKenzie faked outside and then came back up underneath in the seam, and he just was not touched. Here comes Penn State on the block.
Well, they drop back, and a beautiful nose-down spiral by Alex Waits. Thomas out of one tackle, and Tyson Thomas diving forward near the 40-yard line. Little 5'8", 161-pounder, high school wishbone quarterback. Jason Burleson made the tackle. 5:34 to go, third quarter. Texas by 7.
If your lazy days of summer are anything but lazy,
It's the right beer now.
because when you choose a beer, you consider the source.
It's the right beer now.
If you're the type who never sits one out, reach for the taste of the Silver Bullet, the one that won't slow you down.
It's the right beer now. Yeah.
I'm Mike, Paxton brother nobody knows.
Who is that guy?
I'm Mike. We all shave with the same razor, Slim Twin disposable. Slim Twin. Slim Twin.
It's got a narrow head.
Like Mike.
I'm Mike.
Yeah, so you can shave hard to reach places.
Men prefer the Schick Slim Twin over Good News. The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Guys?
No autograph.
Birds.
From Schick.
In Happy Valley, 14-7 Texas. Happy day for them so far. A lot of ball to be played, and Penn State has good field position at their 39-yard line. But the Texas defense has not allowed a drive of more than 3 yards for a touchdown. They have given up some big plays, but they've come up with some big plays. Saka wants one, going deep for Daniels, and it is broken up by Mark Berry. Here is a guy who kind of symbolizes what the Texas secondary has gone through the last 2 or 3 years. He's been burned bunches of times, but they say he's learned from that, and he's ready to help make this, they think, as good a secondary as they used to have in the late 70s and early 80s, and that was about as good as they had in the country.
Well, the thing that keeps Berry from getting interference is that he plays the ball. He doesn't play the man. Now watch Berry. See, he's behind. He's really at a disadvantage, but he purely plays the football. He did not try to keep the man from catching the ball. He tried to play the football and knock it down.
Draw play, Thompson. Out across the 40. Ryan Jones and Lance Gunn made the tackle. Gain of 2. Tony Saka without a completion in this half. He is 0 for 5, and he will look at another obvious passing situation. 3rd and 8.
He's used that rollout very well. Now, the thing that happens on this situation is that the rollout that he runs so well is into the short side of the field, so he doesn't have that advantage to use that roll run option.
Watch the left side. Smith and Daniels over there on play action. And it's dropped by Terry Smith. He had the first down. Never taken his eyes off of it.
He had a lot more than a first down, Dave. Had he been able to come down with that football with the speed he has, he had nobody within 5-yard circle of him. And look at Joe Paterno stalk the sidelines. Watch here, number 8, Terry Smith. Now watch when he does his turn in. Look at this, right there. Nobody's near him. He catches that football. You can see he is flat out running. They're still cheering here when that play.
Well, Paterno was stalking the sideline, but not to get on Smith. He went over and patted him on the back. Fair catch, but Cabness lets it bounce into the end zone. And a flag is down at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be almost a 60-yard punt, but offsides Texas. That was a 4th and 8 play.
Well, the play here is, does Penn State want to punt it over? It would give them only 5 yards. So I doubt that they could get a much better punt than that and into the end zone. So they will not, in fact, take the penalty.
59-yarder. 2 sports star Johnny Walker. He played in the Atlanta Braves minor league system this summer. And he feels that he will also be an NFL draftee. He hopes a high NFL draftee. He also thinks that he's probably a little bit better at baseball than football. I think his football coaches may disagree. O.J. McDuffie is the center fielder for the Penn State baseball team. His counterpart. Texas worried for a long time if Walker would come back for his senior year. We're glad he did. And Gardere to Samuels out of the backfield. The best receiver among the backs for Texas, up to the 47.
2 things happen on this play that allow this completion. First of all, the offensive line of Texas. Watch this big offensive line not allowing penetration. Stuff. They've got them all standing up, and Gardere's able to pick out Samuels. Samuels comes out of the backfield, and there's a missed assignment on that play. That's why he is so wide open. You just don't allow him to come out of the backfield. But he has probably the best hands on this Texas team.
Gets a breather. Patrick Wilson has checked in, a junior out of Odessa Permian, along with Phil Brown, who gets the carry. Flags are down. Brown turns it up. Willie Thomas can't bring him down. Darren Perry does. Now we'll see if the play will stand.
Clearly a call against Penn State. This is going to hurt. All day long, they have jumped on this snap count. Gardere has used that voice inflection to draw him off. He changes that snap count, and it draws those defensive linemen across. And as soon as it does, he knows he's got a free play. Watch here. You'll see the jump. I see the Penn State linemen jumping inside, 2 of them. This play, Phil Brown just takes it outside. Watch the little move that he puts out here on the corner. Good block there by Dwayne Miller, also number 53, to free him up at the line of scrimmage.
32 yards for Brown. Madasic and again Giannetti with the men offsides. 1st and 10 at the 12. The Horns already up 14-7. And here is Patrick Wilson, big powerful runner inside the 5-yard line.
And I can promise you, you won't see a reverse. Not in this position. They tried that reverse last time, but this is just straight ahead power football. And that's the way you attack a defense. You don't allow those linebackers to roam. You just run straight at them and let that big running back pick his hole.
Patrick Wilson only played in 1 game each of the last 2 years. Carried for 10 times against BYU in the opener of '88. Carried twice against SMU last year. That was it. And a strong ramble down to the 4-yard line for 8 yards at 2nd and 2. And Brown spins off contact, maybe for 1. D'Onofrio, the big second half. No doubt regaining his starting job.
I believe he's moved up to the first team. Watch D'Onofrio here. Penn State coming forward. That big lineman coming in there trying to break that. That's a trap play. He just explodes straight ahead. This is no fool 'em football right now. You got 2 tight ends in there. You just bring them in tight. The lines are tight. And you're just going to say, hey, we think we can drive it in. Penn State's going to say, hey, we think we can stop you.
Match up to watch wide right is Keith Pash at 6'4", and Willie Thomas at 5'10", and Gardere has to scramble. Finally dumps it, and it's almost intercepted.
He almost made a critical mistake. As a quarterback, when you're on that out pattern, you have got to realize that you've got to throw the ball down. He tries to throw a pass that has a chance of being caught, and it was almost caught in the end zone. Now, there's nothing out here. You limit the field when you roll like this. You can see there's nobody open. Now, watch right here. Look at the Penn State player almost come up with the ball, and he would have had his feet in bounds.
Reggie Gibbons for the near interception. Michael Pollock from 21 yards out, and he is 3 for 3.
And I think David McWilliams has breathed a big sigh of relief on the kicking game. I asked him if he had any apprehensions about bringing in a field goal kicker, because neither one of his field goal kickers had kicked in a game prior to this. And he said, well, I don't want to have that. And he kind of hemmed and hawed a little bit, but he said, oh, I've got confidence in him. But it was kind of a weak confidence, but I think now he's got great confidence in him. Pollock has certainly kicked well, 3 for 3, all 3 strong kicks.
Well, Texas has always had the great kicker. One right after another, all the way back to Happy Feller, 1969 National Championship team. Billy Schott, on through people like Raul Alegre, John Goodson, Wayne Clements.
Yeah, that's a who's who. Jeff Ward was in there. That's a who's who of college kicking and pro kicking.
Joe Paterno with only 10 seniors on this team. Wishing that he had a little more experience, especially coming from behind at home. That's not something that they're faced with very often.
Well, Penn State's used to playing control football. We saw their record, what their record is on opening day. It is, they have a unbelievable record. They never lose in this stadium.
Well, they have not been able to control Gary Brown, number 27. Pollock tries to keep it away from him, but he can't keep it in bounds.
This is about the time when you tell the kicker squib kick. You know, the one that just comes over top of the center, and you just try to kind of squib it down and keep it away from him.
6-play scoring drive, 76 yards. Pollock with 1:58 gone in the drive and 2:40 to play in the third quarter, making it 17-7.
And that was a big drive. So now they have a 10-point lead. Penn State is going to get a lot better field position if they do, in fact, kick to Gary Brown, because Brown is going to be out receiving this ball around the 10-yard line. With his speed, he'll be up to the 35 before you know it. I would almost bet that you want to try to kick it away, and that's what they try to do, kick away to one of the corners so you can somewhat contain them.
Well, again, angling for the corner, but Brown from the 15 gets there anyway. Breaks another tackle. And again, Penn State with great field position near the 40. Will Burdine, special team tackle, along with Chris Rapp for Texas. That's probably their MVP today, right there.
Yeah, I don't think Tony Sack has completed a pass in this half yet, has he?
25-yard return that time.
I know they had a string there where he had not completed a pass for a long time.
They send Terry Smith in motion after dropping a would-be touchdown pass on their last drive. Dranette is down inside the 30 with the sack of Saka.
And that is a defensive coverage sack. That's exactly what that play is. That's not a great rush by a defensive lineman. It's a defensive lineman that kept on churning. But you have to give credit when you grade films. You have to give credit to the secondary because the coverage had to be just excellent. There's Saka, 0 for 6 passing this half. He has not completed a pass.
Second Texas sack. We have dropped them for a total of 15 yards and losses. Lost 10 here, 2nd and 20. And Giles coming at Saka almost in time, and it is broken up. Intended for Chip LaBarca. Would have been his first college catch ever. Lance Gunn got a hand on the ball, and it'll be 3rd and 20.
And that's exactly what Lance Gunn did. He dove in there. You'll see him, number 16, in the center of your screen. Now watch the way he goes in when the ball is thrown. Watch, he goes in with the arm. See the arm in there? Just drives the ball out. There's the ball, comes clean out. Lance Gunn, good reaction on the ball once the ball is thrown.
Well, you just see their confidence literally growing every play out there defensively.
Absolutely.
Deep on 3rd down and 2 deep. Try to get with David Daniels up the sideline. Stanley Richard with the coverage, and now an 0 for 8 second half passing for Penn State.
And you wonder whether Penn State will change quarterbacks. They've got Tom Bill back there who has played a lot. And sometimes you'll just make that change just to get a new blood in there. Some new enthusiasm, so to speak. Because they have not moved the ball in this second half at all.
Little breeze kicking up again, and Halkowski kicks into that breeze. Todd Ringo went for the block. Grady Cavness there catching at the 28-yard line. As we check other scores. Starting to heat up around the country. Tennessee 30-7 in the 3rd quarter of that game, and Mississippi State on a long punt return briefly led, but now Tennessee running away with it, and so is Pitt over Boston College also in the 3rd. Texas trails 7-0. They have 17 unanswered points here. 1:32 to go, 3rd quarter. Walker and Brown in the backfield along with Gardere. And it is Adrian Walker. And another Mark D'Onofrio stop. About every play now we're calling his name. This is his junior season. He is academically a senior, which is interesting to point out. Penn State lists their players by their academic class, not by their eligibility. He's really a junior on the football field.
Right, they list them by their years of eligibility, well, by their academics, but then they put a little side note in them, the years remaining of football that they can possibly play.
Stop of no gain here. Gardere ran into his own man. 2nd and 10, rolling away from McKenzie. Ball deflected and hung up there agonizingly long as far as Texas was concerned before incomplete.
Now, one thing you want to do if you're Texas, you've got a 10-point lead, is keep the clock going. That's your greatest ally right now, and you're not going to keep it going by running out of bounds and throwing incomplete passes.
But Lynn Abity said, I can't stand calling 4 or 5 running plays. I get nervous. I got to throw it. I got to throw the ball. So it's not a great time-wasting offense. But on the other hand, they won't be accused of being too conservative with the 10-point lead. 3rd and 10. And a deflection. Racing in was Matt Baggett from outside linebacker to get a hand on the attempt by Gardere. This is something else they don't want, this crowd to finally get into the game.
This crowd has been absolutely quiet all day. All of a sudden, they're sensing that now is the time to come alive, and they're starting to stand up and cheer. And this crowd can play a big part in this football game. Texas has been able to take the crowd out of the ball game.
Typical low punt. Tyson Thomas chases it down at the 7. Almost slipped himself, got away from Burdine. Now Padgett for the stop. And he turns something out of almost nothing as Waits again gets a great roll. Is it because he's left-footed? Does that give it a better roll?
There is some thought about that. He's left-footed, and most times he gets a roll. He's been very, very fortunate. I wondered whether he was down when he slipped there. I thought the knee went down. If the knee goes down, boom, you're down. But
very close, but he also outkicked the officials' coverage.
Yeah,
there was nobody who probably had a very good look at whether the knee did touch.
Well, if you're a punter and you have that 45-yard average, it doesn't say it was a 30-yard punt and a 15-yard roll. It just says a 45-yard average. And he's got a big one today.
Saka still in there, and on the draw play, Thompson rambling before Dranette brought him down. Looks like a first down gain. Richard also helped out. 26 seconds to go, third quarter.
Now, I can tell you this from having watched Penn State over the years. Penn State is also not a panic team. They've got great composure. They've got great athletes, and that's why they have the tradition they have. They're very much in control of this football game and feel very secure that they're still in it. Texas is playing an outstanding game, though.
Right again to Thompson. Brian Jones, face mask to face mask, out of bounds at the 33 with 11 seconds in the quarter. Good look at Thompson. We talked about the linebacker tradition, almost as good a running back tradition here. Blair Thomas and DJ Dozier and Franco Harris, Lydell Mitchell, on and on. John Cappelletti.
Charlie Pittman, Cappelletti. You go all the way back. They've had a real string of running backs here also.
Thompson got 5, second and 5 on maybe the final play of the third quarter. Saka is sacked by Oscar Giles.
Now, let me tell you what made that play. What made that play was the turn-in, where Anthony Curl turned Saka back inside. It didn't allow him to run free. And when Curl turned that play back in, then they were able to get to him.
That's the end of the third quarter. We'll be back after these messages from your local station. This is the Raycom Sports and Entertainment Network.
This could be your last chance to make the deal of the year. On a 1990 Mazda 929. Get one now and save up to $2,500. Or get a 90 RX-7 and get savings of up to $2,500. We're clearing the way for the 91s. Ask your Mazda dealer for the best deal now. Don't miss your last chance.
Roger Beasley Mazda, 6918 Burnett Road, and Friendly Mazda, 4506 IH 35 South.
Hey, want a slice of pizza?
Me too. Nothing's better than a fresh, hot Pizza Hut pizza, and nothing's worse than not having enough.
Dial 4, the best pizza.
Ready for the second pizza?
Pizza Hut, making it great.
Standing room crowd at Beaver Stadium. Dave Barnett and Dave Rowe for the fourth quarter. Texas 17, Penn State 7. The Horns showing their maturity, something Joe Paterno doesn't have a whole lot of, unfortunately, in a come-from-behind situation for him.
Boy, very, well, there you see the total yards in this second half. Look at Penn State, 13 yards and a quarter.
New fullback, 29, Brian O'Neill in, back to block, but they may have used too much time.
No, I think one of the offensive linemen flinched. I believe I saw that big lineman there, Pat Duffy, flinch. He just kind of flinched. You can't question me on that, big guy.
Not that I did. That's 10 penalties against Paterno's Lions for 68 yards. Texas only 3 penalties for 20 yards.
And boy, did those penalties hurt Penn State, especially those offsides when they were on defense and jumped offsides and gave them a free down.
It was going to be third and long anyway, now longer, 3rd and 16. And Pollitt finally has his first completion of the half. Harry Smith rammed out of bounds by Stanley Richard. The Lions get the big play again.
Great concentration by Terry Smith on this play. Texas went for the interception. Looked as if they had a chance on the interception. This is that fake roll. It doesn't really fool Giles. He's out there. But watch this concentration by Smith. See, right there is the concentration. It looked as if it was going to be tipped. Now watch this play. Stanley Richards perhaps saved. Now you don't want to do that. You don't want to swing. That's 15 yards. And that could have been called on that play. But a heads-up play by Richard to recover on that.
Saka to LaBarca for the diving grab, close for another first down. He's inside the 20. Well, they've looked for the spark ever since the first quarter, and the 48-yard catch looks like they've gotten it.
Yeah, and you could sense it with the crowd. The crowd seemed to get back in at that quarter change also. And this crowd, this is a very vocal crowd. We talked about the number of sellouts, and they usually play a very big part in the game, but they've been pretty much quieted all day long.
Great power blocking up the middle for Gary Brown to push down near the 15-yard line. Oscar Giles with the tackle, but another first down. Not very impressive numbers until you consider yards per completion.
Yeah, and of course you add 50 yards on that, 48 yards on that one catch. It sure helps. It makes you, instead of being 6, you've got 7. Instead of having 120 yards, you've got 160 or 70.
Daniels is left, Smith is right, and Brown in motion. Straight drop, and Saka over the middle for his big tight end, Al Golden, a converted interior lineman, down to the 5-yard line.
That's Anthony Curl's man all the way. Watch Anthony Curl here. He's linebacker now. This is just a slip out, find a flat opening. Now Curl's got to react back to it. That's where the tight end just comes off and just curls and tries to be the big target.
First and goal. Gary Brown has the touchdown.
And now if you're Penn State, you go for 2. That's a big decision. Do they go for 2 and try to get down 17-15, where a field goal to win it for them? If they don't make 2, then they've got to score. Then they've got to score a touchdown to win.
They will go for the 2. 17-13 Texas. 13-15 to play. And Saka on the roll. It is incomplete. Intended for Gary Brown, who just got the touchdown, and Paterno sagging a bit because he knows just what you said. Now they've got to get another touchdown.
That's right. Now they have to score a touchdown. You know, let's take another look at that Gary Brown run into the end zone here. He just buries his head, gets behind that big lineman there, this big lineman, and just bursts in there. Here it is again. He's get behind the lead block of Sam Gash, number 11, who clears that hole. He just runs in virtually untouched. Here it is from the back. You see Gash gets that up back right there. Turn back inside. Brown just get the head down and get in there.
17-13 Horns. We're back after this from Southwest Airlines.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. You can't say Southwest Airlines doesn't have convenient flight schedules for business people.
Southwest Airlines doesn't have convenient...
What'd I tell you? Southwest Airlines.
Let me get
this straight. You're Jim?
Yeah, people mix us up a lot. I'm John. He's Jim. Mr. Three-Point Shooter used to miss 3 points on his face till I got him to shave with a Slim Twin disposable. I'm John.
It has a narrow head.
Just like our little brother Bucky. So you can shave hard-to-reach places.
He's got a special bar to keep his blades clean. I thought he was John.
The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Who are you?
I'm the guy with the narrow head.
From Schick.
Well, Dave, we talked about that two-point play being such a big play. This is the two-point conversion where they put a lot of pressure on him, and he really, when you roll like this, there's not a whole lot of field to go to. You can see right there he was under good pressure from Giles on the backside, Curl in the front side. That could be the big determining factor in this game. You make it, a field goal puts you in a winning position. You miss it, you've got to score 7 points.
And the Horns expect a short kick. Well, they're going to back up a bit. Craig Fyack, the freshman. Now they back up all the way. That is Jimmy Saxton, the son of the former Texas All-American from the early 60s, number 14. And the kick is fairly short. Dion Cockrell from the 17. Not a bad return, and the Horns will start near their 35. Matt Baggett with the tackle. Cockrell pretty much relegated to special teams this year after a lot of action at running back the last couple of years in a 16-yard return.
Now, if you're Texas, what you want to do is you want to get a good drive. You want to drive the football, at least get 2 or 3 first downs to take the momentum away from Penn State. Gardaire's got to take control in there, throw safe passes, just use all the arsenal that he has. They're good running backs and the safe passes, but he needs at least 2 or 3 first downs to take that momentum back from Penn State. You don't want to give it to them after they've just scored like they have.
Gardaire. What a nice play that is. And Curtis Thrift, the third team tight end, carries up to the 47-yard line. Thrift, a junior from Lampasas, 6'5" and 252, a huge target after Gardaire rolled his way.
And you think of him more as a blocking tight end than you do a pass receiver, but well, that was a big play for Texas. Very safe play. Fake that action. He's got an option to run or pass. He saw the pass open, picked it up.
Out of the eye, tailback pitch. Phil Brown. Penn State territory. Out of bounds at the 42. And here again, aren't you seeing maturity by Texas answering after the Penn State score?
Well, I think Texas is a far cry from what they were last year. They could have folded their tent and gone home literally after that opening kickoff, and they're down 7-0 with what, 50 seconds gone in the football game, but they didn't. And you're seeing what they have to do is drive the football. You're seeing good communication between the coaches and the players, saying don't lose your composure, don't jump off sides, don't make silly mistakes, and don't force the football.
One more time for Phil Brown. Shows that power up the middle, 8 or 9 yards before Baggett dropped it. Great combination of flat-out speed and power and willingness to challenge the bigger guys up the middle, but he might have gotten shaken up on this one. Obviously was, and we get a report, we'll pass it along. Mark D'Onofrio with the big hit that time. 11 carries now for Brown, 87 yards in his first college game. They gave him 9. This is 2nd and 1. And it's Adrian Walker spinning for the first down to the 30.
Now, see, that's a waste down in a lot of situations where you bring that ball down and throw the long bomb or go for something. But in this situation with 11:54 on the clock, you want to control the ball. You want to just grind it out. Take all the time you can. And I think the story of the second half has really been the control of Texas. They've just kept the ball away from Penn State.
And listen to the quiet again.
Oh, yes. It's 70, how many thousand?
83.
83, excuse me.
Plus standing room. Dead silent. Lamell Foreman, highly recruited out of Del City, Oklahoma. Sophomore brought down by McKenzie and D'Onofrio after a gain of 3. Again, our Schick storyline today.
Well, the Schick storyline has been, of course, that 80-yard kickoff return. And then the 3 Pollock field goals for Penn State. No yards passing in the third quarter. That talks about the dominance of this Texas defense. They just have kept the ball away, and that's one of the most important things in order to control a great offense. Just don't let them have the ball. They just kept it away from Penn State.
They moved again. Flags are down again. So is Foreman.
I'm going to tell you one thing. The Penn State coaches will have them out there the first day they're back, and there's a man who will be guiding them saying, listen, we go on the football. You do not go on sound. Every defensive lineman looks in at the football. When you see movement is when you jump. You do not go on sound. And it's 1 time is bad. 2 times is inexcusable. But the number of times that they've jumped off sides has just been that's just unbelievable for a defensive line.
The surprising thing about it is it's the most experienced guy on their line doing it most of the time. 85, Giannetti.
Yeah.
Only one of 2 athletic seniors that is in their final year of eligibility on the defense. So 2nd and 2. And Foreman again. He's got some outside speed. Giannetti chased him down, but he's got the first at the 17 of Penn State. Penn State defense starting to look a little down in the mouth. 10:37 to go. Horns keep ball control offense, ramming it slowly into their end of the field. They need the big play now.
Well, think of where this drive started. They got decent field position, but they have driven down the field. And that's exactly what they had to do. Come up with 3 or 4 good first downs to take that momentum away from Penn State's offense.
This is Patrick Wilson. Now, he does not quite have the turn-it-up speed of a Foreman or a Brown. Aaron Perry and Tyson Thomas chased him out.
And if you wanted to make one small criticism, you'd say, stay in bounds. Just keep that clock going. There's the update on that Pittsburgh-Boston College. Again, Pittsburgh way ahead 29-6 in the fourth quarter. Tennessee rolling over Mississippi State in the third quarter. TCU behind Missouri at half, 12-0.
They're looking for their first touchdown of 1990.
Maryland, Virginia just starting. Well, it's in the second quarter, 7-0. Maryland leaving.
Foreman got away from D'Onofrio. He showed a good instinctive cut, and then backing his way down toward the 10.
Now, how would you like to be, as we look at this last score, the Southern Miss Alabama game in the first quarter, how would you like to be Lynn Amity saying, oh boy, I want to throw the ball, I better keep it on the ground. I'll bet he's biting his nails up to the ring fingers here up in the press box.
Foreman and Wilson out. Samuels and Walker in on 3rd and 5. Texas leading by 4, 9:40 to play. And Gardere for the end zone, overthrowing Kerry Cash. Single coverage. So they had the right idea that time. They had the matchup with Derek Bochna, 5'11" freshman, but Gardere having a hard time with the arc and the timing the times they have tried that pass today.
Well, of course, this is their first game, and that timing, it takes time to develop that timing. But, you know, coming into this game, we talked about Pollock, about never kicking before. And, boy, has he had a day today. If he makes this one, this will be his 4th one.
Well, he pulls this one wide left. That one would have tied the Beaver Stadium record of 4 field goals in one game set last year by Ray Parassi.
And you could tell the minute he kicked it, it didn't go off well because the ball, you can see his reaction. He knows it right away.
30-yard miss. Horns still by 4.
Because you measure success one step at a time. Because you know this is the pure and simple reason our beer is so refreshing. It's the right beer now. When the only thing better than a day on the beach is a night on the beach. Reach for the taste of the Silver Bullet, the one that won't slow you down. It's the right beer now.
Driving after a few drinks is crazy. Be a safe driver. Don't wreck your life.
Next week, we're going to be in the Superdome in New Orleans as Forrest Gregg's second SMU team will run and shoot against the Tulane Green Wave, noon on most of these Raycom stations.
Boy, Forrest Gregg, as all his players are getting more maturity. I think he lost, what, one senior? Did he lose?
Almost all freshmen last year for the Mustangs.
Of course, Mike Romo, the great quarterback.
Penn State trying to take advantage of the gift after the missed field goal, and Saka goes deep. Nobody even near that one. Closest receiver was David Daniels, and it was over his head by 10 yards.
Boy, they've got to pull him up short on that play. If they let him run out there and he takes a little bit more time and squares up, he can find somebody downfield. That time he threw the ball a little quickly, but he's able to get out there and set up and avoid that rush and take the time. He's got a good core of wide receivers that can come down with the football and go deep.
Leroy Thompson brought down by Garza. He's got 15 yards and the first down. Not much of a day, really, for Thompson as he replaces Blair Thomas until this run. This is as well as he's looked today.
Yes, it is. They do have an injured player down the field.
And that's Garza. Thompson just freight trained him.
Of course, everybody asked how Thompson ever got out of Tennessee, but Penn State, Joe Paterno went down there and recruited what was considered by many the best player to play in Tennessee last year, and that's Leroy Thompson. Good cut back, following those big offensive linemen there. That's McCartan that he followed. Good block downfield. Nice yardage, good
Ouch.
pickup.
And the knee to the face mask. So while they check on Willie Mack Garza, we'll break. 9:18 to play in the game, 17-13 Texas.
Because at this time of year, you can't hide inside a sweater.
It's the right beer now.
Because you know what to do when good times are on the line.
It's the right beer now.
After working hard to take it off, you don't want to put it back on. Reach for the silver bullet, the one that won't slow you down.
It's the right beer now. Oh, yeah.
That's my son. You know, he could grow up to be one of the world's great doctors. Yeah, maybe a brain surgeon. Of course, that'd be years of medical school. Big bucks. Maybe he'll just be a famous lawyer. And then there's law school, more big bucks. Actually, I think he'll make a great politician. He already knows how to get everything he wants.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Well, Willie Mack Garza just now being helped to his feet. 17-13, 9:18 remaining. Penn State, when the day began, had the inexperience factor to overcome. Garza hopefully okay. They had a hole at tailback, had to control the ball, and number 3 especially they have not done since they fell behind.
Absolutely. They come of age. They have, I don't know about replacing Blair Thomas, but they have not controlled the football at all.
Good pitch, Gary Brown. Texas territory to the 43. Gary Brown last year an emergency defensive back for 5 games. And what do you bet he's going to be the starter ahead of Thompson next week?
Oh, boy. Cashers, we caught in a little bit of a lean, but really, Brown just breaks this thing through. He has just picked up yardage all over the place today. He has just had an extraordinary day. What Texas needs to do is regroup, take a deep breath, and they need to stop Penn State because they have played extremely well.
Jones coming on the blitz. Brown passed him and then chased out after a pickup of 2 or 3 by Lance Gunn. If Texas can't finish the job, this is the same situation they were faced with last year. They led 12-9 until 6:52 to play, and then Penn State scored on the block punt recovered in the end zone. They won it 16-12. Texas says that shouldn't happen this year, but they had a chance to go up by 7, missed a short field goal, and now here's Penn State driving again. This is just the whole season's tone may be set in this defensive stand Texas is trying to make. Thompson back in at tailback. And they throw to him. Very close for the first. Out of bounds at the 31. Richard made the stop. We'll see if they move the chains again. They do.
Well, Dave, we talked about how pivotal a game this was also. If Texas, as well as they've played, if they lose this football game, you realize what they face in 2 weeks. A Colorado team, then we talked about Arkansas and Oklahoma. So they really need to win this football game. I know that's a worried Joe Paterno over there, but they have played so well. Their defense has responded every time except the last time. Really, that's really the only drive that Penn State had for a touchdown.
Same formation. Again, Thompson in motion. And this time the draw play to Gash. Big tackle. James Patton helped by Anthony Curl. That had big potential.
That certainly did. I'll tell you, if Gash doesn't lose his feet, he's got a big gainer because Texas was really coming hard on the play, thinking pass. Now you've got 2nd down and 10. If you're a defensive player, you've got to think rollout. That's one thing that's really hurt him as we look at that Tennessee score and some of the other scores going on. But you've got to think rollout by Saka, where he's rolled to his left and been so effective. You've got to think the downfield crossing patterns. There's just a lot of things to be as a defensive player to think about. Oh boy, offensive guard jumped. I think that may be Huntington, number 66. Boy, and look at Joe Paterno. You can just read his face. He's had more offsides penalties today than I bet he's had in years.
They march back to the 34-yard line. You don't even want to be within 50 yards of Joe Paterno at this point.
And there's the story of the penalties. Only 3 by Texas. That's extraordinary to have only 3 penalties in a football game.
They have done everything but control the big play today. 2nd and 13. Thompson almost stopped for a loss, and short yardage as it is. Jones with the first contact that time.
You know, we talked about Brian Jones and what he needed to be to this football team. Watch Brian Jones. He's going to get blocked. Now, there's no sin in being blocked, but you get right back up and get into play. And that's what he did. Every football player gets knocked down, but every football player doesn't get up as quickly as he did. That's what coaches teach you. When you get knocked down, you spring right back up. You don't lay on the ground.
This might be the play of the game. 3rd and 11. 7:10 to go. And they've got Thompson first down.
They were able to get, number one, they got time to sit back there and pass the ball. You'll see Saka's not pressured. His linemen give him a lot of time to stand there. They also have time to bring Thompson out of the backfield, circle him out of the backfield 17 to 20 yards downfield. That's a lot of time.
Anthony Curl picked on again for the first down at the 14. And the draw play to Thompson. He is dragged down, maybe lost one, by Shane Dronette.
Dronette just kind of swiped him down.
Well, they're okay on 1st and 2nd down. They got the touchdown drive after completing a 48-yarder on 3rd and 16. Got within 4. 3rd and long. They get inside the 15 here.
It's been the day of the big play on 3rd down for Penn State. That's really the offensive consistency that they've had, as they have been able to pick up those 3rd down and long situations.
Alley-oop for Daniels, and broken up, no flag. Mark Berry was again equal to the challenge in the end zone.
And you can hear all the fans wanted interference, but again, Berry, when he saw the receiver turn around, he sees him. Now, this is the alley-oop pass that Texas does so well on offense, but Berry turns around and plays the ball and actually gets his hands on the ball. You see, he's playing the football. That's why there's no interference. There's some incidental contact, but really, Berry is playing the football.
Just remarkable improvement for Mark Berry since his freshman year. Another 3rd down challenge for the Texas defense. They crowd the line, and the end around. Daniels got away from Jones. Lance Gunn got a hit, and they do not come up with this third down.
I want to tell you, Brian Jones just about became, he came within a whisker of having a terrible play. He came down, he came in there, he tried to jump inside, tried to time it, and he was within an inch of being offside, but he was able to get back. Watch Jones. Right at the top of your screen, he gets back. This is good play. They tried that reverse that was successful earlier. Good containment out there to force it deep. Here comes Gunn in here, just trying to set up. Don't let him fool you. Turn it back in. That's just an excellent play.
31-yarder by Adkins, who missed a 42-yarder in his only previous attempt. And this one is wide right. So now the Lions come up empty on a long drive. And the fans still can't forget what they wanted on that play by Berry, the interference in the end zone.
They certainly do not.
Big orange sigh of relief with 5:16 to play.
Who's left? Kane.
Pitch and Marone is due up.
Kane.
So Burns is going to have to go to his bench. The only choice is John Kane.
Hey, kid. Get me the doc.
Burns has been reluctant to use Kane, preferring to go with the younger players, but he may not have a choice here tonight.
Now batting for Marone, Kane.
What got into him?
Let me get this straight. You're Jim?
Yeah, people mix us up a lot. I'm John. He's Jim. Mr. Three-Point Shooter used to miss 3 points on his face till I got him to shave with a Slim Twin disposable. I'm John.
It has a narrow head.
Just like our little brother Mikey. So you can shave, hard to reach places.
It's got a special bar to keep the blades clean. I thought he was John.
The Slim Twin disposable reaches every place on every face.
Who are you?
I'm the guy with the narrow head.
From Schick.
Here we are back at Beaver Stadium. That play in the end zone, Dave, that they wanted the interference on, that looms as the big play in this football game. If they get that interference, it's first down on the goal line. As it is, Texas has got the ball, and now they have to control it.
Well, Adrian Walker, hit by Keith Goganis, may be back to the line of scrimmage, but the clock rolls down to 5 minutes. Here is the play again by Berry.
Well, again, Berry is playing the ball. This is the alley-oop that Texas does so well on offense. Now, there's some contact there.
But it's both guys pushing on.
But it's kind of both guys in there. And look at the official. Perfect position to make the call. You just don't argue with the official if he's in position to make the call. And he was there.
Great at camera coverage as we have. No camera gets a better angle than that official has.
Absolutely correct there.
2nd and 10. And Gardere for play action has Johnny Walker. He's had a pretty quiet day, but he looks like he's got a first down for Texas here with 4.5 minutes to go.
And a little thing by Johnny Walker. Did you notice how it's, whoop, I'm running out of bounds. I better get down to keep that clock going.
Gardere now 14 for 28, 210 yards. Has not been intercepted today.
It's close to last year's stats. Last year he was 13 to 23 for 170 yards.
Just the second catch by Johnny Walker. 21 yards for the day. There's Gardere's number. Adrian Walker stays in bounds, close for another Texas first down. The clock rolls down to 4 minutes.
And those coaches on the sideline, I look down at Texas sideline, they're all going, whoa, don't run out of bounds. Turn it back up. But now's when you do things, if you've coached your football team right, you do the proper things. Number one, you give it to the most experienced backs you have. Adrian Walker, he's just sure-handed. He doesn't fumble the football. You don't do anything tricky that's going to cause a fumble, like one of those pitch handouts or something like that. You just go to the basics and try to control that clock.
Less than 1 on 2nd down. And they go with Size and Patrick Wilson for the first down.
See, nothing fancy, just straight-ahead power football. And again, with 3 minutes and 27 seconds after they move the chains, now if you're a quarterback, what you want to do is keep an eye on that 25-second clock to make sure you use all the time that you can. You're still trying to get, they need at least 2 more first downs. But again, they need to control the clock.
Which rolls inside of 3:15. On the ground again, and Phil Brown almost slipped for a loss behind the line. Instead, he gouges out about 5 or 6 before Todd Berger dragged him down. That may be the best run we've seen by a back on either team today.
Well, that was a good run because he did almost slip down. I was a little bit surprised at the pitch. See, he's going to get the pitch up high. Now watch right here. Watch the quarterback get a block in here. Oh, that's a vicious block. But he's more known for his arm. And a heads-up play that time. Pick up some yardage.
Officially 3, 2nd and 7. Penn State with all 3 timeouts. As we're inside 2.5 minutes.
Oh, and they jumped offside.
Have you seen this before today?
Oh, I'm telling you.
D'Onofrio trying to blitz, trying to anticipate the snap count.
And Joe Paterno is standing, as you said, by himself, walking back and forth. He has seen it all day long. Look at him. Look at him. He has seen it all day long. I bet they have 7 or 8 offsides calls. This is a timing play. Just trying to time that snap count. Look at him. Gardere doesn't even get the snap count. I want to tell you, the best play of the day is Todd Smith snapping that ball. As soon as he sees that penetration across the line, snap it. 5 free yards, 2nd down and 2.
Almost got caught again. It was Giannetti. Brown shows that shiftiness into Penn State territory deeper to the 43. Darren Perry with the stop. Interesting, with not a whole lot of experience in this Texas backfield, Phil Brown in his first college game being called on for the biggest carries of the game with now 2 minutes and 4 seconds and counting.
That is interesting, but I can tell you in the huddle right now, the quarterback goes in there and everybody's saying protect the ball. Don't hold. Don't make a stupid play. We're on 2. They're repeating the snap count. They're just going over everything. Every one of those backs that's carrying the football, they know, first and foremost, if you don't gain an inch, don't fumble it.
Lions have to think about a timeout after this play. Brown on the pitch. Very conservative to fall down at the 44, and they will get their first timeout called at 1:34 remaining.
Well, this is where if Penn State is going to make a stand, they're going to have to make the stand right here. They're going to have to use their timeouts because there's only 1:34 left.
Texas will have 2nd and 11 as they try to grind out the rest of this clock and their biggest opening win since 1983.
I think I'm in love.
Who now?
The goddess on the raft.
Out of your league.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Watch and learn.
May I have a towel? Richard?
Never underestimate the doctor.
Hi, excuse me. Are you French? You look French. I love French food.
Great players and great teams are a big part of the 76-year tradition of the Southwest Conference. In 1989, Andre Ware became the Southwest Conference's 5th Heisman Trophy winner. And 4 teams finished among the nation's top 20.
And this conference will be here, and it'll be strong long after I'm gone as a coach, and probably long after I'm on this earth.
The Southwest Conference, home to your heroes, then and now.
Back again at Beaver Stadium, University Park, Pennsylvania. Dave Barnett and Dave Rowe, 17-13, Texas. They will have a 2nd and 11. They're at the Penn State 44 with that much time remaining, each team with 2 timeouts. Last time Texas won an opening game of this magnitude was at Auburn in 1983. That started them on the road to an 11-0 regular season. Dangerous pitch. Adrian Walker with the cutback and a slide to the 40. And it'll bring up a 3rd and 7 as the Lions use their 2nd timeout with 1:27 to go.
Well, we talked about a dangerous pitch. It is a dangerous pitch on that. But, of course, you've got your most sure-handed back there catching the ball, and that's important. You know, right away, I know the first thing we need to start discussing or think about is player of the game. Gosh, there's a lot of candidates today. We've had some just great play by both the offense and defensive linemen. You know, linemen never get credit, but well, they played well.
The Horns still with 1:27 to sweat out here.
Used to be, if you wanted a keg of beer at your party, you were talking major hassle. But now there's something better. Party Ball from Coors Light. See, instead of this, you get this. Over 3.5 gallons of brewery fresh Coors Light in a portable plastic container. Just pack it with ice, push in the reusable tap, and party with your friends. Then recycle the container. So don't slow down. Pick up a Party Ball at your favorite store. Because it's just not a party if you don't have a ball.
Until recently, my job was a nice job. I made sure everyone in our company understood our insurance benefits package, especially me. But then they started to make all these new rules and regulations. Do you know what COBRA is? Let me tell you, it's not a reptile. And Section 89? No. I still haven't found anyone to explain that one. Oh, and then there's this thing called Tefra. It's funny. I used to think that was a shampoo.
Jefferson Pilot Insurance and Financial Services.
Well, the Horns will look for 3rd and 7. Try to keep their ball control magic alive with 1:27 to play. And it's going to be interesting to see if Penn State gambles and perhaps gets caught jumping again at the line. Not this time. Gardere swarmed under. Goganis got him back at the 45, and the clock at 1:18 is stopped by the final Penn State timeout. They burned their last one here. Keith Goganis with the biggest defensive play, certainly of this drive, one of the biggest of the game, on the 6th sack the Lions have enjoyed today.
And now if you're the Texas Longhorns, you've got your defense over there saying, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to punt the ball down. We hope to get it inside, say, the 15-yard line, make them drive 85 yards. We don't want anybody getting beat deep. There's 1:15. They're going to have, Penn State will they have one timeout, Dave?
Penn State's out.
They're out of timeouts. So the one thing you say is don't get beat deep. Don't have the 55, 60-yard pass completion and run. So there's a lot of coaching going on the sidelines right now.
Well, they come up empty on that drive, but a great time-consuming drive.
Absolutely. You know, one of the candidates I was thinking, and I know you think this is lineman mentality, but Todd Smith, how many times did he snap the ball? You know, when they were jumping off sides, and Penn State's had 7 or 8 offsides penalties today.
Waits has had a great day punting. Low wobbler. Tyson Thomas past the first wave and up to the 24. So Penn State is 76 yards away with 1:09 and no timeouts to work with.
Okay, now if you're Texas, you want to keep them in bounds. Wherever you tackle it, do not allow the out pattern where they can use that clock to their advantage. Make them use everything as a hurry-up offense. Try to keep the ball in bounds. Let the clock keep on running. Don't get beat deep. And they've got 2 excellent backs back there, and especially in Gunn and Richard, not to get beaten deep. Mark Berry and Cavanis have played well today. But now it's a time where you don't get beaten deep.
Saka chased by Giles. And back across the field, it was almost picked off by Lance Gunn. He's kicking himself. The ball in the neighborhood of Rick Sales, the tight end, and Gunn says, I should have stolen that one.
Oh, boy. Gunn came close to intercepting that ball. Just didn't look it in, just kind of bobbled it. That's a big one, but you cannot give. These linemen have got to get a rush also on Saka. They can't give him that much time. Especially they need Giles and Dronette, Patton, Jeter, Hunt to get in there and get a rush on Saka.
No pressure here. The ball is caught. Thompson out of the tackle, has the first. Up to the 38, and the clock rolls as soon as they spot the ball. It's got 50 seconds now. And still stopped before they move the chains. Thompson for a catch of 12 yards, and the clock now rolling.
Richard's playing about 25 yards off the ball, just trying to react to the football. He and Gunn are playing what they call a 2-deep safety. They're playing 2 deep. They're dropping about, as soon as the ball has started to be snapped, they drop back and they're playing about 20, 25 yards off, just letting them catch him in front of them and then reacting to the football.
Hard to put into words what this win could mean to David McWilliams.
Oh, he's been under tremendous pressure all year. everyone, everyone knows the Texas tradition, and he said, hey, I've got confidence, and he told his team that, too. He said, don't worry about me, guys. I've got confidence.
Brunette rushing Saka, who gets away. Caught by Daniels, quickly out of bounds at the 42-36 seconds. David Daniels, the senior, on the crossing pattern to keep the drive going. Penn State has to have a touchdown.
Well, this is that deep zone we were talking about, and it's a crossing pattern. It's what does the most damage. You can see right there, they're just crossing. It's thrown in between the zone, and he gets out of bounds to stop the clock.
Looked like Cavness passed him to somebody else's zone, and no one was in that zone.
They need to get a pass rush is what they need.
Saka deep for Terry Smith, and broken up. Cavness back there along with Richard. And for a split second, it looked like Terry Smith might get it on the rebound.
Boy, that was so close. They had two men on him. You saw how quickly Richard started to react to him as soon as he saw him going long. Now, this is the play right here. Now, watch now this is important that they do not play the man. Now, right here, put the hands up. You can see right there, the hand goes up. Ooh, that was a little bit of face guarding. That's a close call.
Off the back of Richards, that deflection. 2nd and 10. Again deep, and again, they had a man, and now a flag. Pass interference. Rick Sales, the tight end, with Gunn and Richard in that zone.
Now, I want to tell you, now this to me didn't look like pass interference. I don't want to, but what happened is Sales is number 83 right in the center. Now watch right here. He just kind of stops right there. He actually runs into the defensive back. See, I don't see, that's not interference to me.
I agree.
Now again, now one thing about that's important is it's just a 10-yard penalty. It's not at the point inside the 15-yard line. It's just a 10-yard penalty. It is a first down. Penn State will have the ball on about the 27, 28-yard line, but that didn't look like interference to me.
That's a tough call. That is incidental contact. From the 27, 22 seconds. Saka in time. Terry Smith to the 20. Brian Jones hit him there along with Mark Ferry. The clock rolls. Lions have no timeouts.
If they can stop him one more time, not in the end zone. 5, 4.
This is it. This is the ball game. And it is a floater broken up. And it's all over. The Texas Longhorns survive. And Joe Paterno, for the 2nd straight year, loses the opening game at home. The Texas celebration in the end zone.
I want to tell you.
They hang on by the skin of their teeth here.
Watch to the right of your screen here. Look at the man wide open in the corner. Saka couldn't get it to him, but he was wide open going to the corner. Heads up play to knock the ball down. Don't try to intercept it. But what a huge victory for Texas. Catapults them to that game with Colorado in 2 weeks.
Well, Joe Paterno, a good sport about it. The Hail Mary intended for Al Golden broken up, and today's Southwest Airlines player of the game is Phil Brown, the freshman from Commerce, who led Texas with 95 yards on the ground, most of the big yardage on the time-consuming final drive by Texas.
Really very, very big play. This is again that play, but watch out of the backfield. You see the man right there in the 10-yard line?